Good morning to you. It's 6 o'clock on Saturday, the 9th of September. Today, a confirmed sighting of escaped prisoner Daniel Khalife, and police say they are closing in, but this morning, he's still on the loose.
As the G20 gets underway in India, can we get a free trade deal with India before the next election? The Prime Minister says he can't promise anything.
It might be September, but today could be the hottest day of the year.
Alex will keep us up to date with the soaring temperatures.
The heat continues through this weekend, but there is an increasing chance of seeing some thunderstorms both this afternoon and tomorrow. For more details, join me later for a full forecast.
I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Ann Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
So how are you coping with the weather?
Well, my little dog Ellie went for a walk yesterday.
Yes.
And as you know, she's extremely fluffy, and she came back, totally exhausted.
Really?
She just, in fact, I just put a bowl of water in front of her, and she just flopped in front of it and almost put her face right in it.
Oh, bless her.
It was very hot for her. She is very small and fluffy. What about your doggy-o?
Yes, he had his first little walk out, but then slept for 3 hours afterwards. He was absolutely shattered.
It was his first ever walk in the real world.
First ever little walk out, yeah, so that was nice.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Just once round the block.
Yeah.
But that was very nice. But it was so hot, and it's going to be hotter today.
It's going to be hotter today. It's going to be really hot today.
Just too much. It got cool. The bedroom was sort of getting a decent temperature about 9 o'clock last night, with all the windows open and 2 fans on. But,
That's all.
See, I bought that aircon unit, didn't I?
Yes.
But I haven't actually...
Well, that's silly. To buy an aircon unit and you haven't got it fixed in.
I haven't got it plugged in yet, but maybe we'll do that today.
Let us know how you're going to cope today, particularly maybe with, your pets. Because I think at the moment all you can do is, as I say, put a bowl of water in front of them and just let them flop.
Of course, you could...
Let them find somewhere cool, like a kitchen floor.
Kitchen floors are good.
Yeah.
Of course, you could invest in one of those cool mats, which they won't ever sit on.
No, I've got a cool mat, and now Ellie does sit on it.
Does she?
Yeah, she does.
See, I got one for Timmy last year, and he just won't go near it. So,
maybe the dog will.
Maybe the dog will. We'll see.
But I've got a very cool, bathroom loo downstairs, and it's really cool in there because it hasn't got any windows. So but Ellie won't go in there to lie down. She'd actually really like it there.
Yeah,
I think she knows it's a loo, and it's not for her. But which is a shame because it's got lovely cold tiles for her to lie on, but she won't. Yes,
if you've got any hot tips for keeping your pets cool. Let us know. gbviews@gbnews.com. Now, our main news today, and the manhunt for Daniel Khalife, who escaped from Wandsworth Prison, continues into its 4th day. Police have offered about £20,000 now for any information which leads directly to his arrest.
Meanwhile, the first sighting of him has been confirmed after a member of the public said they actually did see him walking away from a van near the Wandsworth roundabout on Wednesday morning.
Well, the Met's Commissioner, Mark Rowley, said the escape was clearly pre-planned.
Well, joining us now, former police officer Oliver Lawrence. A very good morning to you. Do you find the whole story quite extraordinary? Because yesterday the police were looking through the park in Richmond and they seemed determined that he must be there, a huge operation involving helicopters and everything through the night. And yet now we learn that it's probable that he actually got out of the van or out from underneath the van at the first roundabout outside Wandsworth Prison.
Yeah, good morning, Anne. Good morning, Stephen. As we enter 72 hours that Daniel's now been on the run, it's no surprise to me that the first opportunity that he's obviously had it on his toes and obviously made a big run for it. And I think what's most important here is that police do have now a central focal point to kind of focus their efforts around. They'll be able to look at CCTV cameras, in-car cameras, Ring doorbells, to name just a few methods of how they'll be tracing his footsteps and trying to close in the net on an individual that is obviously causing a great alarm to the community that has now been out of Wandsworth Prison, as I say, for 72 hours.
What are we to make of the police saying they are closing in? As you say, this does give them a sort of solid line of inquiry by sort of tracking that imagery. But it doesn't actually mean, with this period of time, God, that they are actually any closer to finding him, does it?
I think there'll be a number of inquiries that they'll still be carrying out. Obviously, they'll be trying to understand his networks, the people that he's contacted whilst he's been incarcerated for the period of time, family, friends, and trying to understand whether in those networks he's reached out to. There's a couple of things in his favour. The weather at the moment allows him probably to stay outside for a lot longer than we'd expect, maybe during the winter periods. But his anxiety and his tensions will certainly be up. And I think eventually he'll probably make a mistake and somebody will cite him. Obviously, there are lots and lots of eyes currently looking for him in many, many different areas, as you pointed out. And we've had the National Police Air Service in the sky searching over Richmond Park and areas of Wandsworth. So there are lots of things that are against him. But ultimately, he clearly has had some form of support to remain at large for so long. And there would have been a high degree of planning to allow him to remain at large for so long. And obviously, those people that are assisting him, whoever they are, will be facing some significant questions if and when they are located also. And the circumstances of how he's been able to get out have been really revealed.
Yeah, it's interesting that the police have put out a reward of £20,000 for information that could lead to his arrest. It's fascinating, that, isn't it? That they've obviously calculated £20,000 may be enough to persuade any contacts of his to give him up.
It's a peculiar figure. I don't know how they've come to £20,000, but obviously they believe it's more than enough to entice somebody to pick up the phone and to provide them with some level of information. But as to how they've come about that, I wouldn't have a clue, really, to be quite honest with you. It's a peculiar amount. But I think as the head of the terrorist command has pointed out, they're encouraging Mr. Khalife to come forward and to hand himself in. It's only a matter of time before he is caught and brought back into police custody. All our ports are on high alert. I think the probability of him leaving the country is relatively low with all our ports on high alert, unless obviously he's been able to change some form of identity, new passports, and that could be those people around him if they have been able to provide him that sort of documentation, which takes a lot of preparation. So I would still be very sure that he's in the country somewhere, could well be watching this programme now, sitting in a living room, planning his next move.
I mean, do you think he is keeping abreast of the news on himself? Because I mean, that's interesting if he is. The idea then that he knows there's a reward out could potentially mean he will no longer trust anybody with his safety.
I would suspect that he has very much an idea of what is going on and will probably be keeping some level of close contact with sort of news and what is going on to try and preempt any sort of police movements. But, the Metropolitan Police, counter-terrorism policing have some incredible capabilities. Some of the best law enforcement officers around the world, will be implementing strategies that he'll have no idea about, and obviously will be closing the net on him very, very quickly. So I think it is very much in his interest to present himself to police and hand himself in, because it is only a matter of time. But yes, I think he'll be watching very closely and understanding what he could do to maybe evade capture for a little bit longer.
Of course, one of the most famous escapees from Wandsworth, I think, was great train robber Ronnie Biggs. I think he escaped from Wandsworth, didn't he? And eventually, when he started to give interviews wherever he had fled to all over the world, he said that the thing that is so awful about being on the run is that you run out of money and friends very quickly.
And that's a very important point, Anne. It's one of two things. He's either being financially supported and doesn't need to commit crime whilst he's on the run, because obviously that could bring attention to him very, very quickly. As you point out, look back at history, it was the Crays and Biggs that managed to escape Wandsworth, a Category B prison. He's now one of many that has successfully done it underneath a truck in very dramatic style. But yes, he's either being funded by friends and family or close associates, or he's committing crime, and we just haven't caught him yet.
OK. Oliver Lawrence, good to see you this morning. Thanks very much indeed. I mean, an awful lot of questions here. You can't help but look at this and just think, is it going to be a matter of time? Even if, and there were talks about him getting out the country and going to Tehran, potentially, would any other country at this stage want to land themselves in this amount of hot water by helping him out? To be internationally
I mean,
huge.
Yesterday there were some experts saying he's already left the country. But if he's done it by flight,
he couldn't do flight.
But he couldn't. He'd have to have a passport, and that takes too much organisation, doesn't it?
It's a lot. Yeah, it is a lot. But also the idea that if he just disappeared at a roundabout and skedaddled, that doesn't sound very organised, does it? You think perhaps there'd be someone to pick him up and whisk him away immediately, or I don't know. Mind you, what do we know?
Yeah, exactly. You have to remember, as young though he is, I mean, his photographs, some of the photographs of him looking...
Baby.
Yeah, he looks so young and innocent. He is a terror suspect, and that's important. They clearly are facing charges of things that threaten us and our country.
Yes, well, anyway, it's a concern, let's put it that way. But so police say they're closing in, so we shall keep a close eye on what they're closing in on and keep you up to date.
Meanwhile, it's 10 minutes past 6 already. Now, how did you sleep last night? Did you find it too hot? These tropical temperatures are taking their toll, and the Met Office says the current heat wave could peak today with highs of 33 degrees.
Let's talk to weather journalist Nathan Rao, who's here in the studio. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine. I'm suffering with these tropical nights. Are you?
It's a bit much, isn't it?
It is.
How long is it going to last?
Probably the heat is going to peak today at 34, I've actually heard, and that'll be across the south of the country.
Wow.
We'll be keeping an eye on that.
It was hottest was it Wisley yesterday?
Yeah, and we have had unusually, very, very unusually for September. Tomorrow, if it's 30 degrees again tomorrow on Sunday, that'll be 7 days in a row.
And that's a record,
That's
isn't
the
it?
record for September, 7 days in a row. The record is 3 at the moment, 3 days in a row, but today will be the 6th, 34. Pretty dead certain we're going to get that today. And the tropical nights you've mentioned, not sinking below 20 degrees overnight makes it a tropical night. So summer has arrived about 2 months too late. We're now in autumn, and we're all hot and sweaty under the collar.
Yeah.
Now, the question is whether it's up to me. It's whether it's going to be hot and sunny or hot and cloudy and therefore really, I don't know, too
Sticky.
much.
Yeah, right. That's the million-dollar question. Today, it should be hot and sunny because we have got high pressure. Now, when we talk about these hot spells, or any spells of weather, really, we're always talking about high pressure, low pressure and the jet stream. And at the moment, we're sort of straddled between 2 low-pressure systems and high pressure. And high pressure, particularly across the south, will bring those lovely blue skies and high temperatures. So for the moment, we should get lovely, sunny skies. Going into next week, we've got a bit more of an influence coming in from the west. It's going to turn a bit cooler. There's a cold front coming in. That doesn't mean it's going to turn cold, but a cold front means cooler than what we've got already. So that will bring some wetter weather and some cloudier weather, even though the warmer temperatures could last into next week in parts of the country. So it's a bit of a mix and a match, and there is also a thunderstorm warning in place today.
I was going to say, what is going on with that? I mean, if there's high pressure and therefore not a lot of cloud,
Yeah.
Where's the thunderstorms coming from?
Brilliant question. Now, whenever you get hot weather like this, you always get instability because when the ground heats up, it causes little bubbles of hot air to form and they rise when they're given a bit of a nudge. That's called convergence. A bit of a nudge, the warm air rises. That causes the water in the air to condense and form into those big clouds, and that causes instability and thunderstorms. And whenever you get very, very warm temperatures like this, with moisture in the air, you're going to get thunderstorms. And there is a thunderstorm warning across a big chunk of the country today. But it's important to point out that doesn't mean that is going to mean there's thunderstorms everywhere. They're notoriously difficult to pinpoint. It means that there is where the risk is going to be. So you may probably not get one. But where you do get a thunderstorm, you're going to get very, very heavy torrential downpours and possibly hail and some lightning as well.
Hail?
Yes, hail. Yeah.
Hail on an afternoon when we're expecting temperatures of up to 34.
Yeah, very strange, isn't it? Hail, yeah, hail is caused when ice forms in the clouds, and when there's convection within the clouds, the ice moves round and round and round and builds and builds and builds, and when it gets too heavy to be held by the updraft of the cloud, it falls, and it falls as hail. So you get hail when you get these unstable thunderstorms forming in hot weather. It's bizarre.
weird.
And the wonderful thing about our weather, it's so weird.
But then I suppose there must be quite high clouds then, are they? When
Usually very high.
Yeah, but high, because you don't have to go that high, and you get to sort of minus 20,
Yeah.
minus 30,
And
don't
that
you?
is what's caused by when you get these parcels of air rising, because when they rise, as I said, the water in the air condenses, that releases more heat, which causes them to rise and rise and rise and rise. And if you get these big cumulus clouds, and if they're very, very, very big, tall clouds with a flat top, those are cumulonimbus clouds. And within those clouds, there is currents that's circulating air, water, and ice crystals, and also hail, and the more it circulates and the more it builds, that's what causes the big hailstones to fall. So the bigger and the taller the clouds, the better your hail's
Do you know,
going to be.
it's absolutely fascinating. I mean, occasionally I watch American TV channels.
Yeah.
I like to do that. And when they go to their weather, they've got this enormous country to cover. So they've got everything. Absolutely every form of weather you can think of, right from hot to cold to wet to dry. But it's almost feeling that we're getting that in Britain now.
We've had actually...
We have everything.
We really have, and especially this year, we've had an astonishing summer for weather, really, because we've had the tropical basin, which is where the hurricanes form, has been unusually active already. We've had lots and lots of tropical storms forming. We've had Lee hitting America this week, and the remnants of that could affect our weather later on in September. All of these hurricanes can have a sort of a knock-on effect on our weather. We've had 2 named storms, Anthony and Betty, so far, which have been earlier than usual. We've had the hottest June on record.
Yes.
It's been one of the 10th hottest summers on record, if you can believe that. It has, yeah. If you juggle the figures around and do the averages, it actually turns out to be one of the hottest. June was a big contributor.
August was a washout, wasn't it?
August was a washout. And now we're into the meteorological autumn. We're not actually in the astronomical autumn yet. That starts on the 21st of the month, but we're in the autumn. And we're getting this burst of, once again, really unusually hot weather that's going to bring these record days in a row of 30 degrees Celsius. So
it keeps you in a job.
Keeps me in a job. It keeps me busy. It keeps us all happy and something to talk about.
Well, we Brits have always liked to talk with the weather, and
Yeah.
it gets more and more interesting at the moment.
It really does. I mean, we've always had a fashion. I mean, I still do write weather for the newspapers, and they love it. People love it. They love talking about the weather. Our weather is beautiful. It changes so much, and it delivers so much and so quickly because we're right on a cusp of where it can do that. There's always something to talk about.
Is this going to be a pattern we're going to continue to see in years to come, do we think? Sort of warmer Septembers, or is this a one-off?
Right. The thing you're sort of alluding to, I think, and what will affect this is whether our climate is changing. You know, extreme weather is possibly linked to climate change. Weather and climate are not the same thing. You can't look at extreme weather events and go, that's climate change. So we are getting a warmer climate, and that will increase the probability of more extreme, unusual weather events. So with that said, yes, we could quite possibly get more longer periods of warmer weather into autumn than we were used to sort of 20, 30 years ago.
Why do we find weather as extreme as this? Why do we find it so difficult at home when we pay big money to go on package holidays all over Europe and elsewhere for that very same sort of weather?
It's a really good question, and I've thought that, you know, when it hits 30 or 32.3 here, we're all moaning and well, not all of us, and hating it, but we go away for that sort of thing. I think it's because we are so unprepared for the weather in this country when it hits us. For example, in the winter, when we get snow, everything grinds to a halt. Whereas in Scandinavia, they're used to it, they know how to deal with it, they have mechanisms in place, they just cope with it and carry on. It's the same with the hot weather. When you get very, very hot weather here, the train lines buckle and don't work properly. And I think we, dare I say it, and please don't write to me and complain, we like to moan a bit about stuff, especially the weather in this country. So when we're here and it's too hot or too cold or too wet or too windy, we like to have a bit of a moan about it, and that makes us British.
OK, is this an Indian summer? Because I don't think it is.
No, you're absolutely right, it isn't. In order to have an Indian summer, which is based on actually the Native American definition of an Indian summer, not an Indian summer.
Oh, is it? Oh, I never knew that.
You need to have, officially, the first widespread frost of the season, and then if you get a hot period after that, then it's an Indian summer, or if it happens in October. At the moment, we're a bit too early for an Indian summer. This is more like just an extension of summer. So not an Indian summer, but I'm sure you might actually see headlines of Indian summer all over the place.
Well, you do.
You know, it's what we like to write about. But
it comes from a Native American idea.
Yeah. I'm 99% sure that's right. As again, I'm sure someone will point me in.
Well, we probably won't be able to call it Indian summer, though.
You have to call it Native American summer. That'd be a bit weird.
It's true, though, isn't it?
Call it a Florida summer or something.
Nathan, thank you very much indeed.
Pleasure.
And if it gets really cold this afternoon,
we're
hauling you in tomorrow morning to explain yourself.
No, if it hails, I'm taking pictures.
I'm pretty sure I'm safe. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Lovely stuff. Thank you very much indeed.
If it hails, we'll take pictures of it hailing.
Yeah.
Take video of it hailing. That would be so weird, wouldn't it?
Yeah, very, very odd.
But we are getting very strange weather at the moment. It reminds you of movies about it, doesn't it?
It does. It's all very, very odd, but then, you see, we're British, we like to talk about the weather. Yeah. So that's we're going to go to Northern Ireland later on, talk to Doogie Beattie, because I don't think they get brilliant weather over there all the time, so we'll find out what's happening.
I mean, Ireland isn't renowned for brilliant sunny weather, but at the moment I think it's looking good for them.
Yeah, pretty good. Well, talking of the forecast...
Well, we ought to find out exactly what's happening and where. You'll want to know. Here's the weather.
That warm feeling inside, from boxed boilers proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. The hot spell continues today, but there is an increasing chance of seeing more thunderstorms. We will eventually see things cooling down. In fact, a cooler day today across the far northwest, but elsewhere it's already pretty warm, and that warmth and humidity is likely to spark a few thunderstorms from the middle of the afternoon onwards across parts of the Midlands, Wales, Northern England and maybe East Anglia too. Very hit and miss, but where they do occur they could cause some disruption, dropping a lot of rain in a short space of time. The vast majority, though, won't see those downpours and just have a hot and humid day. 32, 33 in the London area. Cooler around some coasts where it will be a little misty, and certainly cooler in northwest Scotland where it will be quite cloudy with some patchy rain. Still a potential for some of those thunderstorms to rumble on into this evening, and overnight we may just see some more of them drifting up over the channel. But again, for most overnight, it's just another very warm one, a humid night and another difficult night for sleeping. Sunday sees generally a bit more cloud and an increasing chance of seeing some of these thunderstorms. Parts of northern England, maybe southern Scotland, again the Midlands and Wales later in the day. The northwest of Scotland will stay pretty drab with outbreaks of rain and drizzle. And again, some coasts will be a little bit misty and murky. So the coast will be a little cooler perhaps, but inlands once more temperatures well above average, and in the southeast above 30 Celsius again.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
What's grabbing your fancy in the papers?
Well, it's Mrs. Sunak. She's all over the papers.
It's an odd shot, isn't it?
I know. It's to do with a charity, I think, for children. Of course, she's gone with Rishi Sunak to India. He's there for the G20, and it's just a funny picture that's on the front page of the Daily Telegraph here. She's playing football in bare feet. I just think, it's such an odd picture of the wife of the Prime Minister, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's because it's unbalanced, I think. It doesn't look balanced. I'll tell you what grabbed me this morning.
Yeah.
Freddie Flintoff.
Oh, I know.
Would you believe it is? Where's 7? There you go. Let me hold that up.
As we all know that the former hero cricketer was injured badly.
Well, you've seen it. It was a 130 mile an hour crash of Top Gear, right? But it was 9 months ago, and all his face is still a total mess.
There's even bigger pictures inside that are there.
I
mean, I would not have recognised.
I wouldn't have recognised. He's clearly lost a lot of weight as a result of all of this. But his face is... What happens to you when your face is that much of a mess 9 months later?
How terrible that crash must have been.
That crash was much, much worse than they ever let on. We'll try and dig out a bit more information on that. Terrible. Poor Freddie. What a state of affairs. Anyway, we'll keep you up to date with all of that, all the newspapers, everything else you need to know in just a moment.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Monday to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
People in Britain, they love free speech, but they also love fair play.
I don't care if I'm speaking somebody from a trade union, from the Labour Party, somebody from the SNP. And I think the viewers like to see that actually we can challenge one another, but in a positive way.
We think we ask the questions that people want to ask, and often we ask the questions that we wanted to ask in Parliament but never got the chance to ask.
So join us every Saturday, 10 a.m. till noon on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
6:25, very good morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Now, if you've ever considered yourself as particularly good at arranging flowers, it may be time for you to think again. That's because this week, the world's best in flower arranging, they've gathered together to compete at the World Cup of Flowers.
Yeah, I suppose it can be quite spectacular.
Oh,
if
it
you
is.
do it
I mean,
right.
sometimes it's utterly brilliant. They can do anything. I did a study of it.
Did you? You studied flowers?
I've studied flowers and flower arranging because I, a couple of years ago, was desperate to get a programme going that would be the British Bake Off of flower arranging.
Oh.
And I went to see lots of programme commissioners with the idea and got lots of wonderful world-rate florists to show what they can do. And they're spectacular.
Well, although this particular competition started more than 50 years ago, this year is the very first time it's been hosted by the United Kingdom. So, our North West of England reporter, Sophie Reaper, went to see what it's all about.
It's time to take out your secateurs and put on your gardening gloves, because this week, Flower Power has come to Manchester.
Welcome to the world's biggest floristry competition, being held here in the UK for the very first time. This week, 20 competitors from all over the world have been battling it out to try and clinch the title of Interflora World Champion.
When I did win this competition, it's the best moment of my career, what can I say? But I know what they are living through now, because now it's nerves. But then it's to have fun. And I really had fun when I did my competition. I didn't think about it being a competition. I just, the joy of putting my creations together. And I knew I had a good idea, but you never know what the judges will think.
Since starting back in 1972, the World Cup of Flowers has gone on to shape the careers of many of its competitors.
Since winning the competition, I've been literally traveling the world for 21 years. I've had the pleasure to work in over 80 countries, doing shows, demonstrations, lectures, lessons. So everything that came my way, I choose to grab it, because to see the world and get paid for it and do what you love.
So far this week, visitors have been dazzled with demonstrations, wowed with workshops. GB News were even lucky enough to get a private tutorial with World Cup judge and flower aficionado Karen.
Just take the flowers off.
OK. I may have needed all the help I could get, but the competition's contestants are the best in the world. And yet, in order for them to clinch that all-important win, what exactly are the judges looking for?
In judging, we have 4 facets, we call. So it's a 100-point system, and we have 4 different facets, which is idea, colour, composition, and workmanship, which is technique. And sometimes, if you are just looking at something, it can look absolutely staggering and amazing. But actually, when you delve into how it's being constructed, how it's being put together, and the quality of the flowers or the plants, then sometimes they can lose marks because it's not quite as good as we would expect, especially at this level. These guys are at the top of the game, and it is life-changing.
Tonight, the grand final will see one competitor lift the trophy and become the new champion. But as we wait for the winner to be crowned, one thing is already certain. It's been bloomin' beautiful. Sophie Reaper, GB News.
Well, I didn't see anything in there that impressed me much.
No, I'm sorry. I think it must be that when Sophie was filming, they were still getting things together. But they build huge constructions, and they have themes, and they can do incredible things. I mean, really, and I know now you're going to think I'm over-exaggerating, but I'm not. It can be absolutely amazing.
The nicest flowers there were the ones in the top of the cup that you win.
Yeah, but it's
they
not,
look lovely.
Yeah, but it's not about just flowers in vases. It's about, can't tell you how brilliant it is. It can be. And I'm sure it is there because it is the World Cup. But maybe, as I said, Sophie was filming at a time when they were still constructing and doing all the various things that they do.
Let's hope so.
Yeah, well, if you agree with me, get in touch. I need some support here because flower... I got this from the programme commissioners saying, oh, I don't think flower arranging's us. And then I showed them what can be done. And they went, oh, that really is rather impressive. Very expensive, of course, because flowers cost a bomb.
Oh, don't they just?
And that's a whole industry as well. Every day, millions of flowers come in from the continent and arrive at the docks in London and then are distributed in vans. Every single day, millions of flowers.
You see, I like getting flowers. I really like getting flowers. I know men aren't meant to get flowers, but I think it's really nice.
No, it's lovely.
Really, but
House
anyway.
full of flowers is a lovely thing.
Very nice thing. Anyway, look, send us your thoughts on that. Also, we're going to be debating in just a moment about eating what you want. Some adverts have been banned on London's tube network for being unhealthy because what were they selling? Cheese. What do you think? More in a moment.
Couldn't live without cheese, that's true. You're watching Breakfast.
The Live Desk with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Pip Thompson. It's here Monday to Friday on GB News.
From midday, we'll bring you the news as it breaks, whenever it's happening and wherever it's happening, from across the UK and around the world.
Refreshing, feisty, but with a bit of fun too.
If it matters to you, we'll have it covered on TV, radio and online.
Join the Live Desk on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
So Jubes & Co, we tackle the issues of the day with real robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views. And often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton, for 2 hours packed full of unfiltered opinions, unique takes and fiery debates. I guarantee you blockbuster guests and exclusive reporting with no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I think there is a culture of collusion, quite frankly.
And no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In a world of dull and predictable radio and TV shows.
Oh, hi. On Mark Dolan tonight, we've got big guests. We drill into the big stories of the day. The show adds up to a brilliant listening and viewing experience. Mark Dolan Tonight is the most entertaining current affairs show ever, and that's a fact. That's Mark Dolan Tonight, Friday, Saturday and Sunday from 9. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Paul's been in touch. Morning, Paul. He says, no sunny start here in Nailsea in North Somerset. We have a very thick fog and it's a bit chilly. Well, according to my data, Paul, yes, you're right, 17... Well, of course you're right, you're there. 17 degrees and mist.
But isn't morning fog usually a good sign?
I don't know. But it will burn off. By 10 o'clock it'll burn off, and by 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock this afternoon, you're going to be up to 27 degrees. So very nice and warm.
Yeah, that'll be nice. In Somerset as well, it'd be gorgeous.
Yeah, it will be gorgeous.
Now, Karen in Leicester has warned, don't use a cool mat with Rex, because he's so young. Puppies chew everything when they're teething, and the gel filling could be dangerous if he got through to that. My local pet shop refuses to stock them, she says.
Well, to be fair, the one I bought it has a non-toxic filling, because I did check that when I bought it for Timmy. But yeah, good point. This is a good one. Get this a lot, but it's a good, sensible idea. Elaine is in Spain, where we have experienced extreme high temperatures. She said, I wet a large towel, give it a good wring out, and then put it in the freezer. Comes out a weird shape and hard, but soon you can smooth it out for your pets to lay on. And her Bandit loves it.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Well, it's worth a try, and it's a
worth a
cheap
try.
option, isn't it?
I don't know whether my Ellie would sit on
A wet towel. She might do.
Cold towel. Certainly try it.
Yeah. Anyway, so there you go. Keep your thoughts coming through.
Well,
on that
Cara
one.
says, as soon as the sun shines, I shut all the windows, close all the blinds and curtains, turn on the fans and put lots of bottles of water in the fridge, plus using aircon in our snug where needed. And then I relax and watch GB News. Regards to you all.
Yeah, look, it's not a bad... It's a sensible idea, is that? The only thing, I've done that myself at times, Cara, and the problem is you end up sitting in a dark house in the middle of the day.
But that's what everybody's always done in the Mediterranean, haven't they?
Well, yeah, I suppose.
You know, they get away from the sun.
But their houses are cool. The way they're built make them cooler, don't
yes,
they?
exactly.
Because they're a bit cold in the winter.
Yeah, well, they have
So-
reliable sunshine. They know it's sunny and hot outside.
Yes, they do. They do. But anyway, any more tips? Let us know this morning. Now, an advert on the London Tube featuring an artisan cheesemaker has been banned on the grounds that cheese is too unhealthy.
It's crazy, isn't it? Transport for London said that it made the decision based on the Food Standard Agency's model of fat, sugar and salt being bad.
But many are pointing out that alcohol, ultra-processed foods and fizzy drinks can be advertised on the tube. So what's wrong with cheese, which is at least natural?
Well, yeah, and cheese is lovely. But is it unhealthy? To debate this, we're pleased to be joined by the banned man in question, founder of Cheese Geek, Edward Hancock, who says that cheese is a key part of our diet.
And social commentator Bushra Sheikh, who says she's all in favour of reducing adverts that promote fatty foods, and TfL have done the right thing. Good to see you both this morning. Bushra, I mean, cheese is a staple of our diet, and yes, we know it's got fat in it, but it is a natural product. We shouldn't be banning that, should we?
It's not the case of banning a product. I guess this is a movement generally within the UK that we need to have, which is about endorsing and advertising healthy eating. It's very clear by the obesity stats that we currently have in the UK that people actually don't know a lot about foods, the consumption, how much they should be eating. So, I mean, certainly for me, I think TfL have done the right thing here. And some might argue the consistency, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, I was going to say, we do have an obesity crisis in this country. It's probably not down to cheese. No. Let's be honest. It's probably down to sugary drinks and burgers and things, all of which can be advertised on the tube.
I mean, look, it's not just one thing. We can't isolate one thing. At the end of the day, we know that cheese is something, it's good for you, in smaller quantities, protein and calcium. But at the same time, cheeses also are linked to cardiovascular disease if you have too much of it. And people always don't know how much to eat. We have 25.9% of people in this country, adults, who are obese, and a further 34% of them who are overweight. Those are a huge number that we have to combat. So although, like I said, we can argue TfL's consistency, but this is a good start. If we start stopping it from cheeses, perhaps TfL will then follow suit and do the high sugar and include alcohol in that as well. But we've got to start somewhere.
Edward, what's your feeling? Have TfL been reasonable here?
Well, I mean, I think the most important thing is to stick to the science. And we've got two parallel strands going on here. We've got the real world, where we've had the largest clinical study that's ever been carried out by Professor of epidemiology at King's College, that's Tim Spector, and Sarah Berry. And this study over many years has shown quite categorically that artisan cheese, particularly raw milk cheese, but artisan cheese that has lots of microbes within it, is incredibly important for our body, for our gut, for our microbiome, and it leads to reduced cardiovascular. So this is like the massive misconception, which has just come up there, which is that cheese is high fat, so it leads to cardiovascular disease. The opposite. It's actually the opposite. We've now clinically proven that. So we've got the real world and real modern medicine and nutrition, and then we've got the archaic kind of dinosaurs over the other side who are just trying to simplify things and say, well, the public don't really understand anything, so we're just going to make it really, really simple for them. High fat, high sugar, high salt ban. And it doesn't make any sense. We just need to get with the times. I mean, this is all publicly available. These studies are publicly available. They're everywhere. We can see them. So it is very frustrating that we're having this conversation about artisan cheese being bad for you when it's actually not. You know, it's like I said, it's now proven to be nutritionally an incredibly important part of our diet. It lowers diabetes, type 2 diabetes, better cardiovascular, lowers cardiovascular disease. Doesn't create high cholesterol. It improves lower instances of cancer, specifically colon cancer. You know, the list goes on. And this was on my original post I put on LinkedIn. But yeah, it's a misguided, misdirected policy that TfL are following. And that, I think, for me, is what the most frustrating thing is.
I mean, look, Bushra, I mean, you can argue between the two of you who's right and who's wrong in terms of the benefits of or the problems with cheese. But the bottom line here is we don't need TfL to tell us what we can and can't eat, do we?
Well, clearly, obviously, we do.
What do you mean? Forgive me, but why clearly that we do? Because it's not clear at all, is it? We're allowed to make our own decisions.
Such a large chunk. Sorry, Stephen. But it's because we've got a large chunk of people, and you know what I'd like to say to Edward is that whether you want to follow the science, we know that eating too much of cheese is bad for you. It's the amount that people are eating, and TfL has millions of people on it every single day that see these advertising campaigns. So they are the target audience. So we have to be careful about what we're putting in front of people, because we know that there is an obesity and an overweight problem in this country. There are several other platforms that you can go to and say that I want to advertise my cheese, but TfL is a public place where there are millions of people going every single day, and that is the audience.
Yeah, but last time I got on the tube, I don't do it very often because I don't live in London, but I was stood on the platform and all there was a massive 8-foot-high poster for Jack Daniels.
Totally, and this is exactly what I'm saying. I believe that TfL have a responsibility to be consistent in their advertising. So we need to begin somewhere. But these adverts are just not on the tube. They are outside, they're in the station, these adverts are on the buses. It's all of TfL, not just one place. So this is about consistency from the TfL side, and us to be very careful about what we're telling people about their eating habits now. I mean, I fundamentally believe that this is a very, very good move. Otherwise, this obesity crisis is going to increase. We've already doubled. Since 1993, we have doubled in how overweight the UK population is.
But Edward, your advert wasn't saying eat too much cheese, was it?
No, it wasn't. We originally got told the advert would be fine. So 3 or 4 months ago, when this started and our landlords put forward this idea of doing this advert, we were told the advert was going to be all right because it's an advert for workspace. You know, it's an advert for our landlord, really. And as a part of that, we were a part of that advert, and it wasn't advertising cheese. It was advertising a business that sells cheese. And there happened to be a piece of cheese on that advert. So TfL then asked us for the nutritional information on that cheese, which is part of which is an absurd question because there's thousands of varieties of cheese in the world, all have completely different nutritional values. But it comes back to that simplification thing again and a tick box exercise. So we went back with them and said, look, we know full well that this piece of cheese that happens to be on this advert is going to have a higher saturated fat than your threshold. And so then they just said, well, no, I'm sorry, we're going to ban it because it might encourage childhood obesity. So you have an advert for a landlord of which part of it shows a piece of cheese, and that is going to lead to childhood obesity. Whereas you can buy a cheese and onion pasty on TfL land all over the country. So you can eat it, but you can't look at it. So, it just didn't it makes no sense. It is very frustrating that this is where they've decided to start the crusade against childhood obesity is artisan cheese and not Diet Coke, I mean, if this is the starting point, then it's a bit of a worry because we know now that UPFs are far more dangerous than anything because it has some saturated fat.
Well, perhaps perhaps children in London eat their own body weight in artisan cheese on a regular basis. I don't know. Edward, look, frustrating, yes. I tell you what, though, it's not bad advertising for Cheese Geek, is it? I mean,
no,
everything's got a silver lining.
Yeah, well, I guess you've got to work with the hand you're dealt. But it's on a very, it's on a personal level as well. You know, we've got 2 young kids. So we're very, very interested in how to, ensure that our kids get good nutrition. And, so personally, as parents, as much as me running a cheese business, this kind of misinformation is actually very dangerous, because by doing something like this, you're implying that cheese is the enemy. And like I said, we have now shown that cheese has huge, huge benefits across a number of different areas, and health outcomes. So, it's also me as a parent kind of trying to fight this, as well as clearly it's frustrating as a business owner that we weren't able to be kind of showcased on the advert. But yeah, I guess it has led to me being here talking to you this morning.
Absolutely.
So,
Well, thank you for coming on, both of you, very much indeed. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Well, I'd love your thoughts on that. I mean, I have to say, it's not... No food is bad, it's only if you overdo it. That's the point. And who's going to overdo artisan cheese? It's expensive.
Yeah.
Delicious,
yes,
but expensive. I just think this is... I'm not always totally against the idea that we need to be told or pushed in the right direction, because I think we all do things that we shouldn't do, and sometimes it's good to be given a nudge. But something like that, cheese, pull the other one, frankly.
I think it's really, really ridiculous.
I couldn't manage without a good slice of cheese.
No, I couldn't either. And as I said, the advert wasn't saying eat too much cheese.
No.
It was, I don't know, world gone mad again.
And as I say, if you're going to start on something, start on, booze.
Yeah.
If you want to
processed
sugar,
foods,
processed food,
fast foods that we know are so high in calories and other things, and yet you still want more.
Yeah, but I tell you what the big difference is. That the fast food manufacturers and retailers and your big boozy companies like Jack Daniels and all the rest of it got a lot of
revenue,
money.
Yes.
And they're paying a lot of money for the massive adverts. So they're not going to get rid of those.
No. So they're taking it out on artisan cheese. Crazy, isn't it?
Ridiculous, isn't it? Anyway, keep your thoughts coming through on that. Let's bring you up to date with what else is happening today. And Elon Musk says he refused a Ukrainian request to activate his Starlink network in the Crimean naval city of Sevastopol and help attack Russia's Black Fleet, saying he wouldn't be complicit in a major act of war conflict escalation. The comments are revealed in excerpts from a new biography from the tech billionaire.
And the comedian and impressionist Mike Yarwood has died at the age of 82. The talented impersonator who became an absolute whiz, household name in the 60s and 70s with his impressions of celebrities and politicians. He passed away in hospital yesterday. The Royal Variety Charity said he leaves behind an immeasurable void in the entertainment industry.
And military-grade explosives and weapons which could have been used by Republican terrorists to attack police officers have been recovered in County Derry, according to the Police Service of Northern Ireland. 2 men and a woman arrested under the Terrorism Act after the discovery of cash, handguns, grenades, ammunitions and plastic explosives, with the primary line of inquiry being focused on what they call the new IRA.
Right, let's take a look at today's newspapers. On the front page of the Times this morning, the family of the escaped alleged terrorist, Daniel Khalife, appealed last night for him to give himself up as the search went into the 4th day now.
The Telegraph has a net zero obsession fueling inflation, with the former Bank of England governor saying it shouldn't be the bank's top priority.
I'll fight doctors who say I should be left to die. That's on the front page of the Daily Mail this morning. A seriously ill teenage girl has vowed to fight doctors who she says wish to impose certain death.
Woke judges under attack and ministers must stop bowing to human rights rulings, according to the Express this morning.
And miss you, Granny. On the front page of the Mirror, William and Harry paid separate tributes to their beloved grandma yesterday, a year after Queen Elizabeth's death.
OK, let's go through those then with journalist Ella Whelan and political consultant Emma Burnell. Good morning to you both. Ella, let's kick off with the Express, should we? Woke judges under attack.
Yes, so, I mean, the discussion about the tensions between protecting human rights on the one hand and enacting immigration policy and, you know, possible deportations and the barge and all the rest of it have been ongoing. This is a new report out by Michael Arnheim from Civitas called Fixing Human Rights Law, which he, I mean, is going pretty hot and heavy in suggesting that there is a deep-seated problem between the two. I mean, he talks about the idea that there should be dinghies escorted back across the channel, that the UK beaches should be patrolled vigorously with a wartime style home guard response. I'm not sure that would be too popular for most of us, the idea of that level of extreme sort of policing and security. But basically the thrust of his argument is that there is, which I think probably most people agree with, that there seems to be an irresolvable tension between, on the one hand, lawyers acting in the interests of their clients, you know, protecting human rights and ensuring that things are done in line with the European Convention of Human Rights. On the other hand, politicians trying to do something about small boats, trying to do something about immigration policy. Alongside this, they've got a comment from Danny Kruger, the Conservative MP, talking about how, you know, there is this tension within the Tory party about whether or not to leave the ECHR. But the interesting thing about this report from Michael Arnheim is that he's still talking about things in terms of rights. So he says that the problem is not that human rights are a democratic issue, but that the current situation is damaging our collective human rights. So he talks about housing, access to GP appointments, schools and stuff like that. And for me, anyway, the problem with making this an issue of rights and a battle between rights is that you don't talk about the bigger picture, which is sovereignty, democracy, you know, parliamentary rule of law, all the rest of it.
But a lot of people say, when they hear migrants are coming here and being put up in hotels and all the rest of it, a lot of people say, what about our human rights?
Yes, which is...
And that's his point,
which is Arnheim's point. The point that I have is that you can, if you see things in terms of competing rights, it's not necessarily a political issue. It sort of ends up being a zero-sum game, when in actual fact we do have to come to a kind of cold decision of saying which is more important. You know, collective idea of democracy and sovereignty in which you might pass immigration law, and though that might affect individuals negatively because they're deported or whatever, obviously we're not, no, I don't think anyone's suggesting we treat people inhumanely, then that's a decision you take. But at the moment there just is this, or I feel that there's almost this sort of cowardice to prioritise the idea of a sovereign nation which sometimes does things that are difficult.
OK. Emma, let's have a look at the Times, should we? And this terror suspect on the run.
Yeah, the police are saying that they're offering a £20,000 reward for anyone who's got information, which feels low to me. You know, I was just thinking, you know, £20,000 these days, that's a good car. I mean, it's not my car, but it's a good car. That doesn't feel like the kind of money you give up your ideology for. If there's someone who's been helping this young man, it's because they really believe what he believes. And it just doesn't feel like the fit is there.
No, but they must have come up with that figure for a reason.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there are people who understand the psychology of this far better than I do, but that was the first thing that struck me was, am I going to betray everything I've ever believed in for a Prius?
But I guess they're thinking these are probably young people. They must be thinking it's people around his age, to which 20 grand is going to be.
It does feel a slightly
massive
different,
chunk of money.
yeah. And the other thing, which I think is really quite worrying in this report, is and they don't know this, but they're saying he could have been helped by not just other prisoners and not people outside, but guards within the prison. Which, again, I mean, a lot of the sort of secondary reporting around this, I mean, obviously the initial story is dangerous dangerous terror suspect has broken out of prison. But the secondary reporting is about the state of Wandsworth Prison and the prison estate more widely.
That brings us to the next newspaper, Ella, in The Independent. You were looking about that. There's a report about the situation inside Wandsworth.
Yeah, which has been a problem for a very long time. And Wandsworth also might be particularly in bad condition, but it's not unique. There is an issue with prisons across the country, particularly with staffing. So, I mean, The Independent goes into detail about cells being plagued with damp and vermin. I think probably the most shocking is that inmates are routinely locked up for 22 hours a day. I've been working in a women's prison for about a month now, and staffing has always been a problem in terms of even just getting someone to a class that you're doing or an event that you're doing inside the prison, is the fact that because there isn't enough staff to do simple things like counts, prisoners end up staying, locked up, and they're not meant to be in solitary confinement. They should be allowed access to, all this sort of educational things, but also being able to get out and go around, go outside within the prison walls and all the rest of it. And that just isn't happening. So it's from the sort of extremely dire to the sort of almost the mundane things of just being able to get a bit of fresh air every day. And that, the question The Independent asks is whether or not, that leads to frustration, increased access to drugs.
This is the problem, of course, because we know that there's a massive mental health link to a lot of people in prison have mental health issues, and it's a bit of a chicken and egg which came first thing, but it cannot be good for people's mental health and therefore their likely recidivism rate.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's the issue. You want them to come out of prison and not reoffend.
Yeah.
That's the whole point, unless you go down the premise of lock them up and throw away the key, which actually doesn't do anybody any favours, including society. We've got to leave it there. Ella, thank you very much indeed. We'll catch you a little bit later on. In the meantime, let's get a check on the weather for you with Alex.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. The hot spell continues today, but there is an increasing chance of seeing more thunderstorms. We will eventually see things cooling down. In fact, a cooler day today across the far northwest, but elsewhere it's already pretty warm, and that warmth and humidity is likely to spark a few thunderstorms from the middle of the afternoon onwards across parts of the Midlands, Wales, Northern England and maybe East Anglia too. Very hit and miss, but where they do occur they could cause some disruption, dropping a lot of rain in a short space of time. The vast majority, though, won't see those downpours and just have a hot and humid day. 32, 33 in the London area. Cooler around some coasts where it will be a little misty, and certainly cooler in northwest Scotland where it will be quite cloudy with some patchy rain. Still a potential for some of those thunderstorms to rumble on into this evening, and overnight we may just see some more of them drifting up over the channel. But again, for most overnight, it's just another very warm one, a humid night and another difficult night for sleeping. Sunday sees generally a bit more cloud and an increasing chance of seeing some of these thunderstorms. Parts of northern England, maybe southern Scotland, again the Midlands and Wales later in the day. The northwest of Scotland will stay pretty drab with outbreaks of rain and drizzle. And again, some coasts will be a little bit misty and murky. So the coast will be a little cooler perhaps, but inlands once more temperatures well above average, and in the southeast above 30 Celsius again.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Come up with the pun wishful thinking.
It's going to be a
It is. Still to come, the latest from the G20 Summit in Delhi, and our political editor.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Jacob Rees-Mogg. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it. So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I joined GB News because I was sick and tired of not hearing my views being represented, not just mine, but so many people that I knew and spoke to.
I just couldn't get my voice out there. I couldn't say anything, I couldn't do anything. Whatever the narrative was, I kind of had to follow it.
GB News is there to provide a voice for those who have been ignored by the establishment media.
We think different things, we've got a different style.
GB News is here to be optimistic and positive about the future.
It's real kind of dynamic and flowing, with the audience very much at the heart of it, like a big family.
Here at GB News, we talk about the things that matter to you.
Hearing the voices from right across our towns and cities, especially our towns.
All sides of the argument represented with a heavy dose of opinion.
We're on a mission here to make a difference.
And the GB News family really is here for you, and whatever time of day you can watch or listen.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. It's 7 o'clock on Saturday, the 9th of September. Today, a confirmed sighting of escaped prisoner Daniel Khalife, and police say they're closing in. But this morning, he's still on the loose.
And as the G20 gets underway in India, can we get a free trade deal with India before the next election? Well, the Prime Minister says he's not promising anything.
It might be September, but today could be the hottest day of the year.
And Alex will keep us up to date with the soaring temperatures.
The heat continues through this weekend, but there is an increasing chance of seeing some thunderstorms both this afternoon and tomorrow. For more details, join me later for a full forecast.
Morning to you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
Cheesegate has got you going. Banning cheese is ridiculous, says Clive, when you allow McDonald's to open 24/7. I'm off for my cheese on toast. Oh, cheese on toast.
Yeah.
Can you beat that? There's nothing better, actually.
Clive says banning cheese ads is ridiculous when you allow McD's and others to open 24/7. I'm off for my... Did you just read that one out?
Yeah.
My brain's gone.
Sorry, it's all
Well,
right.
I tell you why. It's because I've been reading...
Because you've not
all
had any
your
cheese on
lovely views.
toast.
Well, I could do with that. We could do that, couldn't we?
Oh.
It's because a lot of you have got in touch about flower arranging. See, this is a big
that's what's
thing for me.
distracted you.
Yeah. Celia says, Anne is so right about flower arranging. I watched the American series called Full Bloom, and I was amazed at what they did. And Peter says, my late mother started the Formby Flower Arranging Club. Must be 50 years ago now. I will not have the idea that flower arranging is sort of old lady-ish and just about how you arrange flowers in a vase. It's so much more artistic than that.
Why is
Flower
it...
arrangers unite. We cannot allow this to happen.
Yeah, but why is it when you get flower arrangers on the telly, right, and they're very good on these daytime shows and things, they are very good and they all seem very nice, they're all men.
Yes, they are.
They're all men. So why are the famous ones men? But you know, when you go to, like, a lot of people go to the night classes and things, and they tend to be women.
Yeah.
So why is it that the only famous ones are men?
But I went along when I was preparing for this programme that I was trying to do about flower arranging. I found some wonderful male flower arrangers and brilliant clubs where there were both men and women. People come from in London particularly, but not just London. But the UK is particularly well known for this art, and people come from all over the world for classes here. It's a huge industry, massive. And yet it's very sort of Sorry, I'm getting a bit... Steam's coming out of my ears now. But I just don't like the idea that people think that flower arranging is a bit naff. It is not.
No, I don't think it's naff.
But it's not just about flowers in vases. It's wonderful. Incredible.
Top tips for you.
More on it.
Paul says, I used to put carrots, cucumber and other healthy treats in water and freeze them. My dogs would spend happy hours munching at the ice in the garden, keeping them cool. That's a good tip. Though we have got some frozen sardines in the I've got a separate dog freezer.
Have you?
Yeah, because I'm vegetarian. I'm not having all that stuff. I'm not having duck's necks and all that sort of stuff in the freezer in the house. So we've got one in the garage now. But anyway, so we've got sardines in there, so we could have a frozen sardine.
I probably really love that. Yeah, my doggy loves tuna.
Oh, does it?
Oh, yeah. We were talking about the weather as well, the fact that you can get this incredible weather where, and we've been told it might happen, where it's boiling hot, as it's going to be this afternoon, and then you could get a thunderstorm that actually hails on you. Linda in Tonbridge said, when I was 9, I'm now 76, we went to Eastbourne and roasted on the beach, came home via Tunbridge Wells, and what a shock, 6 inches of hail.
It's crazy. It feels like the end of the world when you go from one extreme to the other, doesn't it? You do wonder what on earth is going on. But it's all perfectly normal, according to Nathan Rao.
What I want to know is why we all pay big money to go on a big holiday abroad so that we get guaranteed sunshine and we get these sort of temperatures and we love it and we pay big money for it and we look forward to going and all the rest of it. We're getting that now, here. Why are we moaning about it?
Because we haven't got swimming pools and air conditioning and we're not wearing our shorts and flip-flops and having a siesta and all that sort of thing.
That's what it is, isn't it?
Having a lager.
Dig a swimming pool in your garden.
Having a lager at 11 o'clock in the morning.
It's very British, though, isn't it? Yeah, why not? To knot a handkerchief, stick it on your head, get a paddling pool, put it in the garden and pretend you're somewhere abroad.
It's not quite the same, is it?
Cocktail in hand. Feet in the paddling pool. That's the British way to do it.
Well, maybe we should get the deck chairs out. Anyway, whatever you're doing today, enjoy the weather. Just mind the old sunscreen, slap a bit on if you're prone to burning, even if you're not, actually. Keep your thoughts coming through on that. Anything else you want to talk about this morning? Meanwhile, our main news today, in the manhunt for Daniel Khalife, who escaped from Wandsworth Prison, is now in its 4th day, and police have offered £20,000 for information which leads directly to his arrest.
Meanwhile, the first sighting of him has been confirmed after a member of the public said they saw him walking away from a van near the Wandsworth roundabout on Wednesday morning.
Now, the Met's Commissioner, Mark Rowley, said the escape was pre-planned. Seems to be pretty sure on that now.
Well, joining us now, retired Scotland Yard Detective Inspector Hamish Brown ME. Hello, Hamish. A very good morning to you. It looks as though he got out from under the van at the nearest possible roundabout Wednesday morning. It's Saturday now. The police say they're closing in, but do you think they really are?
Well, good morning to both of you. Yes, the police have got a lot on their hands, really. I mean, you start in the prison. Did he have the right to risk assessment? Should it be category A? Should it be in Belmont? They're going to ask that. They're going to ask, what was he doing in the kitchens? As prisons go, is quite a prized position, really. Had he really earned that? That was a little unusual, I think. And then they've got to look at the security arrangements. How is he able to crawl under the van? He has some straps, so it looked like some pre-planning there. So that's just the start of it. And then, of course, the actual manhunt, as you say, looking for the gentleman concerned. And they've got to go down different paths. And apart from the obvious, where was he last seen, that sort of thing, well, he wasn't going to hang around there, was he? But what about relatives, friends, associates? How well connected was he in this country? I mean, the Northwest has been suggested, and Kingston and Surrey has come up as well. But are there connections there? Are there particular likes he had? Is someone looking after him? And indeed, I'm pleased to see the reward of £20,000. This will sharpen people's enthusiasm, possibly, to come forward. So I think they're going in the right direction. But the net will have to spread this country, or indeed abroad if he's not there already. Who knows? But all they can do is keep on looking. Urge the public to come forward, any sightings, any information, let the police decide if it's good news or proper investigation or not. But please, no time wasters, no pranks. That's not going to help anyone at all. So,
no,
yes, I think the police got a lot on their hands, including all the other day-to-day stuff they've got as well.
What about information on this, Hamish? Because, I mean, look, it's a bit frustrating in some perspectives, because you sort of look at this and think, what's happening from an outside perspective? Presumably the police don't want to tell us too much in case it tips him off.
Well, I think the police have got to keep it live, so we're here this morning, good, and it'll keep it in the public interest. But they may well have their own leads, they may well have informants, so they're going to keep a little bit quiet on that. And if the man is watching this programme or reading the newspapers, who knows, you're not going to tell him what your next move is. So there's going to be a balance there, but certainly keep it in the public mind, listen for information coming up, and really ask the public to come forward, even if they've got a little bit of information. Let the police decide if it's helpful or not.
Do rewards ever work? Do they get paid out?
Oh my goodness, once the reward goes out, there are those perhaps a little closer to the criminal fraternity than some of us would like. That will sharpen their enthusiasm to come forward, and there will be people making their own inquiries, having a look, what can they come up with? Oh yes, that will keep it going. And I was a little surprised it was so high, actually, so good. That will keep things moving, certainly.
Oh, well, you know, you're much more in the know than us, because one of our guests earlier on was saying they thought it was low.
Well, £20,000 is still a lot of money, and you know, I suppose they've got to set the figure somewhere, and it's something that, well, we're talking about it, so that's good, and it's been kept in the public eye, and it's something else that will perhaps enhance people to come forward. It is important the public know what's going on. Some things will have to remain confidential, but the public, bring them in, get them involved. Perhaps someone knows him, perhaps someone knows a friend of his, that sort of thing. So the police are there, they're looking for that clue. Yes, we've had one sighting. He wasn't going to hang around in Wandsworth, I don't suppose. But, I mean, he's got to be somewhere, maybe abroad. We'll have to wait and see.
Yes, that's what we've been wondering, was whether he's actually had time to get away already. We'll leave it there for the moment. Thank you very much indeed. I wonder how long it'll take before they do catch up with him.
Don't know. Seem pretty determined, don't they?
It's just that I thought Wandsworth is a pretty good place. When he got out straight away, obviously, it's a pretty good hub for underground, bus.
Is it? I don't know.
Yeah, well, Wandsworth goes everywhere.
But of course, buses, undergrounds, all that sort of thing.
Have cameras.
Cameras everywhere.
Yes.
I mean, look, this is the sort of thing people moan, don't they? They say, well, London's got the highest rate of CCTV sort of almost anywhere in the world. It's some extreme figure. But this is where it comes in useful, doesn't it? Unless he climbs into the back of someone's
That's what's
boot.
going to be fascinating, because, I mean, nowadays lots of us have got those Ring or whatever doorbells that have got videos on them, and then we know the police look through those and, you know, they knock on doors and ask, is there any chance we could have a look at your recordings? I mean, lots of houses have got CCTV.
Presumably, this confirmed sighting, they must have some CCTV of that.
They've confirmed it, yes.
Because, I mean, you look at... I mean, I was thinking this the other day, saying, appealing to the public to come forward. There he is, there's his little face. Little baby face he's got on him. And you do just think, I wouldn't recognise him in the street. I wouldn't. It's just sort of one of those...
No, that's right. He's just a kid.
He just looks like a youth.
Yes.
I don't think I could turn around and say I've spotted him.
It's just that in the first few hours, at least, he will have still had on that very noticeable outfit.
But have you seen it, though?
It's not quite as noticeable as you'd think.
No, because the trousers, there are red checked trousers, but there's such a tiny check. They just look
pyjama
pink.
trousers, frankly, don't they?
Yeah, they don't look... They need massive...
But that means...
stripy uniforms for prisoners.
Well, absolutely.
Black and white stripes.
Absolutely.
That's what you need.
Then you'd know, wouldn't you, straight away? But there'll be... I mean, it's CCTV that's going to catch him, I reckon.
Yeah. Yeah, it will be.
Until he can change his clothes, maybe. Put a hoodie on, then you wouldn't know.
Then you wouldn't know. Anyway, we'll keep you up to date with that, of course. But let's have a look at some of the other headlines this morning. And Elon Musk says he refused a Ukrainian request to activate his Starlink network in the Crimean naval city of Sevastopol and help attack Russia's Black Sea fleet. He said he wouldn't be complicit in a major act of war conflict escalation. The comments were revealed in excerpts from a new biography about the tech billionaire.
The comedian and impressionist Mike Yarwood has died at the age of 82. The very talented impersonator, the first of his kind, really, became a household name in the 60s and 70s. with his impressions of celebrities and politicians. Well, we were told now that he has passed away in hospital yesterday. The Royal Variety charity said he leaves behind an immeasurable void in the entertainment industry.
Military-grade explosives and weapons which could have been used by Republican terrorists to attack police officers have been recovered in County Derry. 2 men and a woman were arrested under the Terrorism Act after the discovery of cash, handguns, grenades, ammunition and plastic explosives, with the primary line of inquiry apparently being the new IRA.
And of course, the G20 is now going on. In fact, it's funny because Rishi Sunak has obviously gone there, and his wife too. And she's pictured on many of the papers playing barefoot football there. It's for a children's charity. It's just such a funny picture when you think she is the Prime Minister's wife.
It's just because she looks sort of
off balance.
Off balance.
But actually, she's curling her toes around that football.
Yeah,
maybe she's very good at it.
She might well be. Might well be for a billionaire.
Exactly.
There you go.
Now it's not her that's made the front pages. It's not him that's made the front pages. It's her.
Yeah, it is often the way. But the Prime Minister has told reporters that a trade deal with India, which was hoped to be one of the outcomes of all this, is not guaranteed as he prepares to negotiate with Narendra Modi during the G20 Summit in Delhi.
Well, Rishi Sunak will speak with the Indian Prime Minister at a critical meeting this weekend to work on the feasibility of a free trade agreement with the most populous country on earth.
Well, our political editor, Christopher Hope, is in New Delhi for us this morning. And look, let's be perfectly honest, if he walks away from this meeting without some sort of something in the bag for the UK, there'll be chaos, won't there?
Well, not chaos, I don't think, in this situation. They have been warning us for a while. This is a G20, a multilateral summit, lots of other countries here, so they've been playing down the idea of a deal. And in fact, overnight, the PM wouldn't even say there'll be a deal by the next general election. So I think they're trying to give them some time and space to negotiate over visa access for Indians coming to the UK against business deals with India. But there are other bilateral meetings today with Mauritius and Singapore on top of that meeting with Premier Modi. We do expect Mr Sunak to press the issue of doing more to try and to deal with Russia and Ukraine. Of course, India does trade with Russia, and that's a concern in the West. But he's treading quite a delicate line here, I think, not to go too far in lecturing to Premier Modi in his own country.
Seeing pictures now of Rishi Sunak and his wife arriving in India. Who else is going to be there and who isn't?
Well, who isn't is Vladimir Putin, and of course he didn't come to the last G20, and last year, not surprisingly given his illegal invasion of Ukraine, and also the Chinese President Xi, he won't be here either, so not everyone is here. Who is here is President Joe Biden. He flew in last night. His wife Jill has got COVID. There was some concern he wouldn't make it. He met with Modi last night, and a meeting with our PM, Rishi Sunak, was pushed back from yesterday to today. So today is the big day for Rishi Sunak. The hope is that he can try and meet with Modi, take it on. The idea of a human bridge between the UK and India is personified by our PM, Rishi Sunak, and the hope is he can meet with Modi today.
But isn't there almost the concern about a conflict of interest? I mean, yes, in some respects, it's good to say, well, yeah, a bit of a human bridge, but the problem is you've got to wonder, people will question whether what he's doing is going to benefit, in effect, his father-in-law and his wife.
Well, he calls himself the son-in-law, or he says he's called the son-in-law of India, and that refers to the fact that he's married to Akshata Murthy, whose dad owns a big chunk of Infosys, this enormous IT company out here. And of course, there might be some benefit to Infosys from any deal he's done. He can't really help that because, of course, if all companies are benefiting from it, then Infosys may benefit too. So I think he's trying to do everything from a national position on the national interest.
What's the atmosphere like there at the moment? It looks quite interesting where you're standing now. Is it a huge, big conference centre or something?
That's right. Exactly right, yeah. We're here at the G20 in a big conference centre. It's very warm, Anne, about 35, 36 degrees. I haven't seen any monkeys yet, looking out for monkeys. There are apparently cardboard cutout monkeys here to scare away the actual monkeys because there's a problem with in this part of India. But it's warm. There's no real sign of what you might term Rishi mania, because someone thought this return to India, the first time he's been here for 3 years, could have led to an outpouring of joy about that, but nothing at all. Weirdly, Delhi is completely locked down, huge roads shut down. It's rather like Piccadilly Circus having no cars on it, so it's unusually quiet in Delhi, which makes it feel quite antiseptic.
And I was just going to say, it's interesting as well that Rishi Sunak took his wife with him, or she went with him, and she is the one who's being pictured in all the British papers this morning because she was playing barefoot football, I think, to promote a children's charity.
I know. And looking marvellous at it, Anne, as well. Exactly right. She's got people are struck, by the way. She's got a very good way of dealing with people, dealing with children. I think we'll see more and more of Akshata Murthy as we go into the general election campaign. There's a certain nervousness in 10 Downing Street about how to introduce her to the British public. But I think that image you saw on the front page of her looking glamorous, barefoot on a football, this kind of thing you'll see more of as we head into the election. And I think they might find in number 10 she's quite an asset to Team Sunak as he tries to claw back a 20-point deficit to the Labour Party.
Well, we shall see. Go wild, Christopher, and take your jacket off.
Yes, that's you're allowed.
Yeah, you're allowed. We'll catch you later. Thanks very much indeed.
Thanks.
Well, 35 degrees out there in New Delhi. What's it going to be like over here? Here's Alex.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. The hot spell continues today, but there is an increasing chance of seeing more thunderstorms. We will eventually see things cooling down. In fact, a cooler day today across the far northwest, but elsewhere it's already pretty warm, and that warmth and humidity is likely to spark a few thunderstorms from the middle of the afternoon onwards across parts of the Midlands, Wales, Northern England and maybe East Anglia too. Very hit and miss, but where they do occur they could cause some disruption, dropping a lot of rain in a short space of time. The vast majority, though, won't see those downpours and just have a hot and humid day. 32, 33 in the London area. Cooler around some coasts where it will be a little misty, and certainly cooler in northwest Scotland where it will be quite cloudy with some patchy rain. Still a potential for some of those thunderstorms to rumble on into this evening. And overnight, we may just see some more of them drifting up over the channel. But again, for most overnight, it's just another very warm one, a humid night and another difficult night for sleeping. Sunday sees generally a bit more cloud and an increasing chance of seeing some of these thunderstorms. Parts of northern England, maybe southern Scotland, again the Midlands and Wales later in the day. The northwest of Scotland will stay pretty drab with outbreaks of rain and drizzle. And again, some coasts will be a little bit misty and murky. So the coast will be a little cooler perhaps, but inlands once more temperatures well above average, and in the southeast above 30 Celsius again.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Well, keep your thoughts coming through on anything you want to talk about this morning, whether it's keeping cool in that hot weather for you or for your pets. As you can tell, we've got air conditioning in the studio, which has just kicked in with great gusto in the corner. So there you go. Hopefully yours is a bit quieter.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
People in Britain, they love free speech, but they also love fair play.
I don't care if I'm speaking somebody from a trade union, from the Labour Party, somebody from the SNP. And I think the viewers like to see that actually we can challenge one another, but in a positive way.
We think we ask the questions that people want to ask, and often we ask the questions that we wanted to ask in Parliament but never got the chance to ask.
So join us every Saturday, 10 a.m. till noon on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Dan Wootton. You can watch me live on GB News Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. And did you know that you can also watch and listen live on our website, gbnews.com. You'll always be up to date on the latest breaking news, as well as enjoying the best stories, opinions and shows. You can even join the debate under our live player as you're watching. So head straight to gbnews.com on TV, radio and online. GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, Nana, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment. I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different. Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
The People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
"7:26. Good morning. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
and cheese has really got you going.
Cheesegate. I love it.
Well, it's a really good way. Well, Carol in South Gloucestershire, everybody's watching, thank you so much. Leave our cheese alone. This is another surreptitious move to make us all vegan.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, I don't know. Why do a lot of people think
so.
that?
But the... if you want to be vegan, fine, but cheese is lovely. Sheila says, I can't live without cheese.
Yep, me too. I agree.
We're all
Sue
together
says
on that
it's
one.
absolutely nothing to do with obesity. It's part of the attack on our amazing, healthy animal farming. They want us to be vegan.
Yeah, well, maybe. Do you remember we had a cheese guest in? It's about 18 months ago now.
We had a wonderful cheese, yeah.
And you did the interview. I just sat and ate cheese.
Yes, that's right.
It was blooming brilliant.
Wonderful.
Mags in Manchester says, I was asked at the hospital how much cheese I eat per week to help assess my osteoporosis. I rest my case. My doctor, because obviously I'm type 1, so I get seen regularly, told me to eat more salt because my sodium levels are a bit down, so eat more salt. And I have quite a lot of salt. But anyway, now I chuck on everything.
Yeah, honestly, the advice on salt goes up and down, up and down. Here, this is a good one. This will get people going. Paul says, I have quite a few vegetarian friends, all of whom are overweight. They all have good, healthy diets, but they put the excess weight down to the amount of cheese they eat.
But they're just overdoing it then, aren't they?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the cheese itself, surely.
It's one thing to say about vegans, they're always thin.
Yes, they are.
I know a few vegans.
There's something
they're always
in that,
thin.
isn't there?
Yeah. Another Paul says, since being diagnosed as type 2 diabetic, I've had to change my diet and lifestyle. The hardest part of this isn't advertising on signs and TV. The hardest part is the weekly shop in the supermarket.
It's always the hardest part.
Well, yeah, but... See, I'm not particularly swayed by adverts.
No.
Don't think.
In fact, I'm particularly not. Shouldn't say that, should we? On the channel where we have adverts. Wonderful things.
Oh, the great things.
Yeah, but, yeah, I don't like
More of them.
Yes, for us, please. And I just mentioned this because we are talking about how you keep your dogs and cats cool in this heat. Linda in Botswana.
Oh,
Hi,
right,
Linda,
you'll know.
says, I keep my 3 wolfhounds cool in the summer months here in Botswana by wetting a bath towel and draping it over them, and it works a treat. I just think it's fascinating you're watching us in Botswana.
Botswana.
A very good morning or a good day, whatever time of day it is with you.
Botswana, that's one of those places I wouldn't mind visiting. Was it Botswana that it was that was the setting for the Ladies Detective Agency thing? It was a novel that got turned into
Charlie's Angels?
No.
No. What?
No, it was called the First Ladies Detective Agency. I'm sure it was somewhere like Botswana. It's a fabulous thing. It's worth checking out.
I've never heard of it, I'm afraid, but if you know, please get in touch.
Yes, there you go.
tvnews.com.
Now, let's get back down to earth with a bang, should we? Because benefits could be slashed in real terms to free up cash for pre-election tax cuts under new cost-saving plans from the Treasury.
Now, the Chancellor is apparently considering whether or not to peg working age benefits to September's inflation figure, despite Liz Truss facing huge backlash for basically the same idea.
Let's talk to our political correspondent, Olivia Utley, who's here. This strikes me as something, Olivia, that could be fraught with problems.
It could definitely be fraught with difficulties. As mentioned, Liz Truss tried to do something quite similar last year, and there was such a massive revolt from certain wings of the Tory party that she had to renege and go back to the original plan. But Jeremy Hunt is absolutely determined to get himself into a position where he is able to cut taxes in the spring budget. We're now all widely anticipating an autumn 2024 election, and the Tories are increasingly thinking, unless we can find a way to get tax down, there will just be no positive reason for people to vote Conservative at the next election. It's quite a nifty plan.
How does it work?
So how it works is, at the moment, benefits are linked in line with the September inflation figure. They rise in April in line with whatever the previous September's inflation figure is. Now, this September, the inflation figure is expected to be 6.9%. What Jeremy Hunt is considering doing is, instead of linking it to that September figure of 6.9%, he's considering linking it to next April's figure, when the raise will actually happen, which economists are predicting will only be 3.5%.
Wow, that's a difference.
So he could still say that benefits are linked to inflation, but it would end up saving the Treasury billions of pounds. Another way that he's considering doing it is simply by raising benefits to 1 percentage point lower than inflation. But I would have thought that the first one, which would save up more money for the Treasury and sounds pretty nifty, would probably be the way that the Treasury goes.
But the problem is, this is being phrased as cutting benefits in real terms.
Well, exactly,
but it's
not.
It's not in that sense if you're just moving the time at which you're taking the inflation date.
Well, exactly. So I think we can expect to hear quite a lot of heavy briefing from both sides. Of course, already Labour is saying very vehemently that this is just the Tories trying to make life more difficult in the middle of cost of living crisis for the worst off in society. But proponents of the plan, and of course there are quite a lot of them in the Conservative Party, and I expect in the wider public, will say that it's not cutting benefits in real terms. It's simply raising them. It's simply using a different figure. It's simply sort of fiddling with the accounting a little bit. And actually what Liz Truss tried to do, which perhaps is a little bit more extreme, was she proposed raising benefits in line with average wages rather than in line with inflation. And although it was quite unpopular within the Conservative Party, in the wider public, it actually got quite a lot of traction.
Why would it be... I mean, why the current situation? Why would you, in April, raise them based on an inflation rate that's 7 months old?
Well, it's a very good question. I think it's just a sort of quirk of the system. You never quite know what's going to happen with inflation month on month. So if you sort of look back to a previous month rather than doing it in the moment, you could say that, you know, if inflation in April could be at a random little dip and then could go right up again the following month. And I think it's just to get some sort of steadiness and some predictability into the system so that everyone knows what the figure is going to be by the time their benefits are raised or lowered. But lots of people would argue that simply moving the month that is used to calculate that figure to 7 months later doesn't seem like it would be the end of the world.
Yeah, and to anyone on benefits, maybe they wouldn't get the raise that they would have anticipated. Frankly, they wouldn't have anticipated it anyway, would they? But they will still get a raise that's in line with current inflation. It seems fair.
Well, they will still get the raise that's in line with inflation. There could be people who argue that those on benefits really are the poorest in society, and we are in the middle of a cost of living crisis. Food inflation is going up at a higher rate than the base rate of inflation. So what we saw last month, I think, was that the base rate of inflation was something like 6.9%, but the rate of food inflation was something like 7.5%. So it could mean that those on benefits end up being worse off when they're actually doing their shop in the supermarket for at least a short period of time. Although after April, we are expecting to see inflation go down even lower than that, hopefully, eventually, to the bank's target of 2%. So the period in which those people would be worse off would hopefully be pretty short.
But if Labour choose to make it an election issue, or if they choose to moan about it now, it does give them something it does give them a weapon, doesn't it? But maybe only in the short term.
It definitely does give them a weapon, but of course now it's quite interesting to see the way that Labour is changing its rhetoric as we get closer and closer to an election. We see less of Labour really hammering into the government's policies and more sort of Labour suggesting that there might be a few little issues with it, but actually being a bit cautious in what they say, because Labour really is now the government in waiting, and it can't be too harsh on too many of the government's policies in case it gets into a position where it needs to impose them itself.
Yeah, but it is just that it's one of those issues that when you look at the details, it makes sense, but it's the rhetoric, because even as we phrase at the top, it's taking money away from benefits to pay for a tax cut, and that is uncomfortable for a lot of people.
I think that
so it's all the rhetoric.
I think that is very uncomfortable for a lot of people, but that said, I think that the Conservatives' calculation will be that there are many more people who are paying income tax than are on benefits. And also, you do just need, at this point, Keir Starmer is very much sort of tacking to the right of the party. We saw in his latest reshuffle he's been promoting a lot of Blairites. Rishi Sunak is, he's pretty right wing as far as the Conservative Party is concerned, but he's not a patch on Liz Truss, for example. So there are those that argue that there isn't very much clear blue water between the Conservatives
and Labour. No, there really isn't.
Exactly, and
that's why people just. Labour may think, as you said, they're a government in waiting, but there are an awful lot of commentators who say, "Hang on, it may not happen for them."
Well, yes, and the Conservatives are now thinking, well, if there's almost no clear water between the two parties, and Labour has the advantage of saying, well, we haven't been in power for the last 13 years, and look what's happened. Are you better off than you were 13 years ago? Then the Conservatives really need something positive to argue for, and they are thinking that's got to be tax cuts.
Yeah. OK, Olivia, thank you very much indeed. It's an interesting one. As I say, my first reaction was, I don't know if I'd be comfortable with that. But actually, when you look at the detail and it's just moving, it's still going to get a raise.
Moving money around, isn't it?
Just moving money around, yeah, actually. I feel a lot more comfortable with that. Yes, Botswana, the #1 ladies detective agency by Alexander McCall Smith. It's a series of novels.
Based in Botswana?
Based in Botswana, with Ma Ramotswe.
Oh, was it Whodunits? A whodunit?
Yes, sort of thing, yeah. But it's beautiful, it's warm and gentle. There was I heard it on the radio, but they did make a movie or a TV series or something.
Look at that.
But it's really lovely. Precious Ramotswe? Yeah, Precious Ramotswe. It's just really lovely.
How long ago?
1998, the first book.
OK.
Last book, published 2022.
Gosh, OK.
There you go.
What to look out for. Anyway, the reason we're talking about that is because we have viewers in Botswana. Linda, thank you very much for that.
Thank you indeed. And now, if you would like, grab yourself a cup of tea and then hurry back, because we're going to take you through the papers in just a moment.
The Live Desk with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Pip Thompson. It's here Monday to Friday on GB News.
From midday, we'll bring you the news as it breaks, whenever it's happening and wherever it's happening, from across the UK and around the world.
Refreshing, feisty, but with a bit of fun too.
If it matters to you, we'll have it covered on TV, radio, and online.
Join the live desk on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Weeknights on GB News from 6 p.m. You'll always get drama.
Please stop, Michelle.
I know, yeah.
Please stop.
Should I just shut up?
Romance.
You like me, I like you. There you go.
There you are. Well, don't tell anybody.
Adventure.
Etc.
That's the whole point. But
and action.
Sergeant Reed, my superstar panel that are already at it. They're fighting. It's going to be quite a show.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
So Jubes & Co, we tackle the issues of the day with real robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views, and often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton, for 2 hours packed full of unfiltered opinions, unique takes, and fiery debates. I guarantee you blockbuster guests and exclusive reporting with no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I think there is a culture of collusion, quite frankly.
And no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio, and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In a world of dull and predictable radio and TV shows.
Oh, hi. On Mark Dolan tonight, we've got big guests. We drill into the big stories of the day. The show adds up to a brilliant listening and viewing experience. Mark Dolan tonight is the most entertaining current affairs show ever, and that's a fact. That's Mark Dolan tonight, Friday, Saturday and Sunday from 9. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Like all families, we have arguments every now and then, but actually we agree on what the mission of GB News is, and that's the most fundamentally important thing.
GB News provides the kind of platform that lets all voices be heard.
We don't hold back. We're free to say what we really think. Just because some people who live in a tiny little Westminster bubble think that their particular story is important, that's not the most important story for me.
And often there will be difficult stories, stories that you won't find on the establishment media.
Because what people think in the north of England may be very different to what they're thinking in the home counties.
we're going to carry on telling the world what life is really like for households up and down the UK.
We love to be in your car, in your kitchen as you're having your breakfast. Whatever you're doing, you are part of the show. If it matters to you, it matters to us.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
"7:41, good morning. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Shall we have a look at what's in today's papers? Joining us this morning to have a look through is Ella Whelan and Emma Burnell. And it's lovely to have you both. Thank you so much. We'll start with Ella. Sadiq Khan's lead in the race for being the next London mayor is getting down to 1%.
Yes, so, I mean, polls are polls, and with the, necessary proviso that things can change. It is interesting that he's reported as being just 1 percentage point ahead of Susan Hall. And the paper goes into detail at saying that if potentially Jeremy Corbyn were to run, which it's, who knows, but he's...
That's mooted, is it?
Yes, crucially, he hasn't, when he was asked about it in the Edinburgh Festival, he didn't say no, he didn't say yes. He's being very sort of suspicious about it. If Corbyn were to run, then it would be potentially likely that Susan Hall would win because of the new way in which the voting and results work. But I just think it's quite extraordinary that Khan, who is someone who, and, all cards on the table, I'm not a fan of Sadiq Khan. I'm not that enthused by Susan Hall, as it happens. But from someone who is, I think, so arrogant in his lead in London, has been incredibly bullish and uncompromising around the ULEZ, the expansion of the ULEZ just last month, and the reasoning behind it, that he is now I think for a long time there has been large sections of Londoners who haven't been bothered to get out and vote, who haven't been, I mean, who is interested in mayoral elections? I mean, they're a bit like local elections. They don't necessarily grab people, but the new rows about the ULEZ, about low traffic neighbourhoods, about transport in the capital city, I think have ignited some people to take part this time round. And so actually, I think he probably can't be so sure of what has been previously quite a large majority.
Do you reckon, Emma?
I think Ella's right that it's going to be a turnout election. He's going for an unprecedented third term. No one else has ever run 3 times for this role. And it is harder and harder to win every time. That's just how politics works. I think there will be problems with introducing Susan Hall, who's not very well known to the public. She is... she's not just a Conservative, and there are lots... There's a myth that there are no Tory voters in London, which is an absolute myth, and it always has been. But she's quite a strident Conservative. So she's less like your home county's sort of One Nation Tory. And her media launch was poor. And not a great start. But, I think Sadiq does have a battle on his hands, and he has to be able to make a case.
Because she's almost running on a single issue, which is the ULEZ. I mean, she has made the ULEZ. She says that her first day in office, she will strip it back, get rid of it, remove it completely, which for a lot of people, I mean, myself included, would be the deciding factor. This could be like Uxbridge all over again.
It could be. I think that... I don't think Sadiq Khan can back down on ULEZ. I think it's now his policy, but what he needs to do is go out and make the case for it, because it has not been well communicated.
No, but he's never going to win people over with it, that's the thing.
Well, I think that it's like low-traffic neighbourhoods. So I live somewhere where we were really an early adopter of low-traffic neighbourhoods. It was called Mini Holland in my area. And for a while, Mini Holland was basically a swear word in East 17, E10, where I live. But now everyone's used to it, and it actually has improved our neighbourhood. So I think if you can make a case that, this will make things feel better, and also that it doesn't affect most vehicles. I mean, I drive a petrol car, it's 10 years old. It's absolutely ULEZ compliant because I'm not overcompensating for anything. There are plenty of ways that you could sell this policy better. But what I think he mustn't do is back out of the policy, because otherwise, what case is he making?
Oh, well, interesting. It will be a very interesting election to watch, that one. Emma, quite how we go from that to the Daily Mail, I'm not entirely sure. Talking about intimacy for women in their 50s.
Oh, nicely put.
Thank you.
Very nicely put. Yes, we'll be very gentle at breakfast about this topic.
Yes.
But, yes, apparently they've done a big survey, and there are huge differences between who is continuing to have intimate relations as often as possible into their later life.
As often as possible.
Isn't it probably true that everybody probably has less intimacy?
Well, apparently gay men in their 60s and 70s are still just as active as they were in their 40s and 50s. Whereas for women, it really does fall off after menopause. Your sex drive comes down. I'm sorry, I did actually use the proper word.
No, I know, we'll let you off.
But yeah, there are... there are always exceptions that prove the rule. But it is the case that it tends to be that women just have less interest and less drive as they grow older, whereas men don't tend to lose that so much. The famous line is always Charlie Chaplin had babies in his 70s.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Al Pacino just had a kid as well.
Yes, he did, yes. It's not going swimmingly well for him at the minute, is it?
But as I was saying to you before we came on air, I'm 48, so I'm just going to have to get it while I can.
Yes, make hay while the sun shines.
Yes, exactly. Well, there you go. I was going to ask for your emails on that, but I shan't bother.
No. Oh, this is interesting, Ella. In the Times, British women will soon be offered IVF with embryos selected by eye?
Yeah, I think this is fascinating. So still in the realm of intimacy, but probably more technically minded. There is a new technology offered to clinics working with IVF, which will essentially use AI to. So at the moment, you go through the process of making an embryo, and then as an embryologist, you pick the best ones, and they have categories. I know because my son was born through IVF, and I've been through it 4 times, and they have top class and going down lower and lower, and you want.
So they pick the best embryo.
They pick the best embryo. So the ones that are the least sort of. I mean, you would ideally want one with no defects, but the ones that they kind of class them as A, B, and C. And this piece of AI technology will mean that there is a huge amount more screening, that actually it completely cuts the time, so that what it does is sift through all of the data relating to these embryos, and then crucially allows the embryologist to have the last say. The embryologist, it's never going to eliminate
it improves
human.
your chances.
Yeah, it's never going to eliminate human input. But the reason why it's so amazing is that because it could raise chances of a healthy pregnancy by 30%.
Wow.
And yeah, which is at the moment in the NHS. I mean, it varies obviously in relation to trusts, but I was always told it's about a 30% chance that you would get pregnant and go on to have a live baby. Which in actual fact is quite a gamble, and emotionally it's quite hard to deal with, and you are always faced with the fact that you, especially as women get older, that the stats start to stack against you. So this kind of and actually, as it happens, there is so much going into work around reproductive technologies at the moment in terms of screening, in terms of different methods. I mean, there's discrepancy between this is my personal bugbear, between the NHS and private clinics is wild. So the success rates in private clinics can be up to 70 and 80%. So anything like this, I think, is a real boon for people who are
OK, we're out of time,
It's
I'm
a
afraid.
fascinating subject. It really is wonderful.
It is. Thank you both very much indeed. Thank you. Let's just have a quick scoot through some of the other stories this morning, and we're now being told, this number's changed quite rapidly, that at least 600 people may have died and 300 injured after an earthquake in Morocco. It had a magnitude of 6.8 and struck the High Atlas Mountains yesterday. Marrakesh was the nearest big city to the epicentre, where some buildings have collapsed.
And today is expected to be the hottest day of the year so far, hitting something like 33 or even 34 this afternoon. The forecasters say the record is likely to continue for several more days as well, apparently. Amber heat alert is in place.
OK, let's have a look at the showbiz for you this morning, very briefly with Stephanie, because we're looking at Mike Yarwood. Good morning.
When we think of the art of the impersonator, it's dying.
Yes, you don't see it around.
You don't
much
see
anymore.
it. It doesn't really connect with audiences much, but he made his name during the 60s and the 70s, and he captivated audiences doing impressions of the prime ministers, whether it was Harold Wilson or Edward Heath, and also then Prince Charles, and he just managed to connect with TV audiences. So for the Royal Variety Charity, they said he leaves behind an immeasurable void in the entertainment industry.
He was happy. He disappeared years ago off the scene.
And towards the end of his career, he did find it quite hard when his career was dwindling. But, when you think of people today, such as Rory Bremner, they mention him as being the person
he was the first, and he showed them how to do it. Yeah, it is interesting though. He went very quiet for a long time, and he appears to have died in a sort of nursing home.
Yes, he did.
That is run by the Royal Variety Club.
So that's where all the big showbiz legends go if they're dying or they want to retire in a nice care home. So they were very much looking after him over the past few years. His family have requested for privacy. But Rory Bremner, he tweeted last night, he said he inspired us, propelled impressionists up the bill, and was the court jester of the golden age of TV.
Oh, that's a lovely way to put it. And when the Royal Variety Club said that he leaves a void, you see, I don't think he does. He leaves a legacy.
He does.
All of the other people he inspired. Funnily enough, whose careers are ended now because, as you said, we don't have an appetite for impersonation anymore. But it may well come back. He used to do a wonderful Prince Charles.
I was watching some of his clips. And he still holds the part of that legacy. Christmas Day, the Mike Yarwood show, up to 21.4 million viewers watched his show on Christmas Day on 1977, and that record hasn't been broken.
Isn't that
that's
brilliant?
quite something.
That's wonderful.
Good on him.
That is part of the legacy.
I'm sorry it's short and sweet, but we'll see you a little bit later on.
Of course.
Stephanie, thank you very much indeed. Let's see what the weather's going to do for you today.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. The hot spell continues today, but there is an increasing chance of seeing more thunderstorms. We will eventually see things cooling down. In fact, a cooler day today across the far northwest, but elsewhere it's already pretty warm, and that warmth and humidity is likely to spark a few thunderstorms from the middle of the afternoon onwards across parts of the Midlands, Wales, Northern England and maybe East Anglia too. Very hit and miss, but where they do occur they could cause some disruption, dropping a lot of rain in a short space of time. The vast majority, though, won't see those downpours and just have a hot and humid day. 32, 33 in the London area. Cooler around some coasts where it will be a little misty, and certainly cooler in northwest Scotland where it will be quite cloudy with some patchy rain. Still a potential for some of those thunderstorms to rumble on into this evening, and overnight we may just see some more of them drifting up over the channel. But again, for most overnight it's just another very warm one, a humid night and another difficult night for sleeping. Sunday sees generally a bit more cloud and an increasing chance of seeing some of these thunderstorms. Parts of northern England, maybe southern Scotland, again the Midlands and Wales later in the day. The northwest of Scotland will stay pretty drab with outbreaks of rain and drizzle. And again, some coasts will be a little bit misty and murky. So the coast will be a little cooler perhaps, but inlands once more temperatures well above average, and in the southeast above 30 Celsius again.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
OK, the very latest news on the escaped prisoner heading your way very shortly. This is GB News.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
People in Britain, they love free speech, but they also love fair play.
I don't care if I'm speaking somebody from a trade union, from the Labour Party, somebody from the SNP. And I think the viewers like to see that actually we can challenge one another, but in a positive way.
We think we ask the questions that people want to ask, and often we ask the questions that we wanted to ask in Parliament but never got the chance to ask.
So join us every Saturday, 10 a.m. till noon on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Dan Wootton. You can watch me live on GB News Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. And did you know that you can also watch and listen live on our website, gbnews.com. You'll always be up to date on the latest breaking news, as well as enjoying the best stories, opinions and shows. You can even join the debate under our live player as you're watching. So head straight to gbnews.com on TV, radio and online. GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, Nana, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment.
I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different.
Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching. Britain's watching. Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Well, Cheesegate has got you going this morning.
It certainly has.
I love this from Ray in Devon. It's all about this cheese advert that's been blocked on the tube because they said it's not healthy food. Ray in Devon says, it's outrageous. I'm cutting a chunk of cheddar and going back to bed. I'm with you there. You can't beat a big chunk of cheese, bit of mustard on.
Yeah, bit of pickle.
Or pickle. Very nice.
It's a very basic food, isn't it?
Isn't it?
People have always eaten cheese. Don't come down on cheese.
Mind you, here we go. We had a couple. Rachel says, I support the ban on cheese. It's horrible.
It's not a ban on cheese, it's a ban on cheese advertising.
Yeah, I can't get a sandwich because they've all got cheese in. And Diane says, I know I'm in the minority, but I hate cheese, always have done. My husband doesn't eat cheese.
Crazy.
A man called Bill doesn't eat cheese.
How could you have a pizza without cheese?
I don't know.
That would be an end of pizzas.
It would be an end of pizzas.
Yeah.
It's a travesty,
And
frankly.
apparently we must all think in the hot weather today, particularly it's being a Saturday, of hairdressers and barbers.
Oh.
Apparently, Andy in Liverpool says, I do love this weather, but unfortunately myself and many hairstylists and barbers are about to spend another day in salons that are like saunas and steam rooms. Where I work, we don't have aircon, and it was like into the high 30s yesterday. We have another very hot and sticky day ahead of us again today, making people look fabulous. But we are really roasting in the heat. I can see that.
Yeah, and...
hair dryers on all the time.
Oh, yeah, and actually, with your pets in the heat, Sandy in Morocco says, if you're concerned about your dogs and things and walking in the heat, put your hand on the pavement or tarmac. And if it's too hot for you, it's too hot for your dogs, which is a very good point.
Remember your doggy paws.
Keep your thoughts coming through. It is 8 o'clock on Saturday, the 9th of September. Today, a confirmed sighting of escaped prisoner Daniel Khalife, and police say they are closing in. But this morning, he's still on the loose.
As the G20 gets underway in India, can we get a free trade deal with India before the next election? Well, the Prime Minister says he's promising nothing.
It might be September, but as you've noticed, it's hot, and today could be the hottest day of the year.
So Alex will keep us up to date with the soaring temperatures.
The heat continues through this weekend, but there is an increasing chance of seeing some thunderstorms both this afternoon and tomorrow. For more details, join me later for a full forecast.
Morning to you, I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
Anne's obsessed with flower arranging this morning because it is the World Cup of flower arranging taking place in Manchester this weekend. And Dave's been in touch saying, my mother used to do the flower arrangement on part of the Bob Woodhouse show every Sunday on TV.
Do you mean the Barbara Woodhouse show?
Oh, I wonder.
Remember Barbara Woodhouse? Sit.
She's still amazing and writing books and breeding dogs, and she's 80.
Wow.
I don't
know a Bob Woodhouse show.
No,
there was a Barbara Woodhouse show. Has it just been typed wrong?
Oh, now you've confused us now.
Barbara
Do you mean Bob Monkhouse?
Oh, could be anything, couldn't it?
Could be Bob Monkhouse.
Every Sunday
you mean?
on TV.
Because I don't know that Barbara had her own sort of inside show, did she?
Yes, she did.
I thought she was more outside and sit, all that sort of thing.
She was wonderful.
So whether it's Bob Monkhouse or Barbara Woodhouse, we're not sure.
But whatever it was every Sunday on TV.
Yeah.
But you see, but Dave says his mum is still amazing, writing books and breeding dogs, you see. Dogs are part of that equation. Get in touch again, Dave, and tell us what it is you meant.
Yes, maybe we've just typed it up wrong this end. Who knows? Gareth says, I thought flower arranging was just putting them in a vase. How wrong am I?
Oh, yes.
My wife, who is not trained, artistically does it very well.
Yeah. And it isn't just about arranging flowers in a vase. It's about creating amazing things with flowers. Nowadays they hang flowers upside down from the ceilings. And have you seen some of the wedding arrangements that I don't know? I don't know. And they do incredible arrangements for banquets and obviously and those beautiful floral swings for brides.
Oh yeah.
I've got some pictures that would knock you out.
Our wedding flowers were very nice. They're in those very, very tall, big, massive things. Mind you, they cost a fortune.
Well, they do. Flowers do cost a fortune, and that was one of the. I was explaining that I'd put a programme idea together, and that was one of the problems we had with the programme commissioners. I went to lots of different channels. They said it's going to be very, very expensive because flowers are. But it would have been fab.
Would have been fab.
Maybe I'll try again.
Yeah, there you go.
You have to try lots of times if you've got programme ideas. You have to not be put off and keep going and going, slightly reorder it. One of our judges was a lady called Judith Blakelock, who is probably the top flower person in Britain, and people come from China to do her courses on flower arranging. Yeah.
No, you've got to be like what's-her-face who wrote Harry Potter.
Yeah, J.K.
Rowling. She, because she was rejected loads of times, wasn't she? And now look at her.
Yeah,
now look at
going, haven't you?
OK, keep your thoughts coming through on that. Anything else you want to talk about this morning? gbviews@gbnews.com. Our main news today, and that's all about the manhunt for Daniel Khalife, the terror suspect who escaped from Wandsworth Prison earlier this week. That search is in its fourth day now. Police have offered a reward of up to £20,000 for any information which leads directly to his arrest.
Meanwhile, the first sighting of him has been confirmed after a member of the public said they actually saw him walking away from a van near the Wandsworth roundabout on Wednesday morning.
Well, the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Mark Rowley, said the escape was, in his view, clearly pre-planned.
Well, joining us now, former Detective Superintendent for Counter-Terrorism Policing, Nick Aldworth. Good morning, Nick. Do you think this man, this young man, is still in the country? Could he have got away really quickly before anyone realised he'd gone?
I think it's more likely than not that he's still around. There's also been a degree of planning from this escape from what's been described as the method that he's used. And of course, the fact that there's been a positive sighting of him not that long after he escaped from the prison. But prison escapes are not common, but they're certainly not unheard of. And unless they're aided, it's actually really hard to get out of the country.
What questions are raised in your mind by all of this? I mean, you were talking about a terror suspect, which obviously, you know, alarm bells ring with that, but someone who was not only kept in a Category B prison, which seems unusual, but given kitchen duties, which are seen as a privilege. I mean, there seems to be a lot of questions around him.
I mean, the first thing is that this is an unconvicted prisoner on remand, as I understand it, and therefore they are dealt with differently, and they do have greater privileges than those who are within the convicted community. So that's definitely not unheard of. I think also we need to be a little bit careful around how this person continues to be described. Although Counter-Terrorism Command are involved in the investigation and are involved in pursuing this individual, my understanding is that he's subject to charges under the Criminal Law Act and the Official Secrets Act rather than the Counter-Terrorism Act. I might be wrong on that, but I think that is the case. However, the assignment of individuals to prisons is very much a job for the prison service. They're very, very good at it. And clearly they have to balance risks, and none of these things are linear. And I think the problem is that if you take somebody who on the face of it is not a high risk of either escape or giving harm to themselves or others, but just erring on the side of safety, you put them into a Category A prison, all of our Category A prisons will be very, very full.
Yeah, so, I mean, apart from who's to blame for him being able to escape, the question remains, how do they catch him now? Would he, for instance, be likely to be holed down somewhere or holed in somewhere, watching television, watching who's talking about what?
Well, I don't think it's possible, and particularly as we're not sure whether he is on his own or with somebody else. But my hypothesis would be that he has planned escape on his own. Soldiers are resilient people, they're innovative people, they're audacious people quite often, and this person has the full skill set to achieve his own escape, possibly, notwithstanding the circumstances and the environment which has allowed that to happen. I think he probably is on his own. I think he's left that vehicle fairly quickly, and the sighting of him not far away on the Wandsworth roundabout would suggest that to be the case. And finding him now becomes a little bit easier, to be honest with you. Whenever we're doing a manhunt or a search for a missing person, that point last seen becomes really, really important, because it's from there that you can start your CCTV trawls. It's from there that you can start looking at door cam footage, dash cam footage, all those things. And what you do each and every time you get an image, you figure out which way the individual's going, and you follow those CCTV leads until you track them down, or they get tired, make a mistake, or surrender.
I was going to say, there's going to be a lot of adrenaline running through his system at the moment. That can lead to mistakes, can't it?
Yeah, look, he's got on his side at the moment, it's warm. In a different time of year, and he might well have even thought this through, at a different time of year, your survival outside without support will be more difficult. And I think water is very easy to come by in a city. You go and get it from somebody's outdoor tap. Food, probably less so. And I think what you will see, as we've seen with other manhunts, is individuals who are unsupported, don't have funds, then have to resort to stealing to keep themselves going. And those are the sorts of mistakes that will make him easier to spot by members of the public, shopkeepers, etc. And those are the sorts of mistakes that will get the police alerted and will start to close down that distance between him and the authorities.
So we probably won't hear anything for a while, but the police will be watching and waiting for a mistake or for something like that, as you say, stealing, something that will lead them to the suspect.
Yeah, look, the police are not going to show all their hands, all their cards publicly. I'm pretty certain they'll have more imagery of him by now. They'll also be watching all of his associates, his family, his friends. They know a lot about this young man. He'll have a really well-documented personal history from his career in the army. And all of those places and people will be monitored. Some of them, we will have been looking at what they've been doing for the last few weeks, just to see whether there's any activity there that might suggest collusion. But my sense is that he's probably on his own inside a big city. That's very, very easy to stay hidden until you start making your mistakes. I'm surprised the police haven't been a little bit more forward with asking people to go and check, outhouses, disused buildings that they own, etc., because those are the obvious places where somebody would hide. Some time ago, I was the Chief Inspector of Operations at Wandsworth police area, and the number of shed burglaries we used to get is certainly indicative to me of just how easy it is to access those sorts of places and seek shelter.
Except that, as you say, he has been called a terror suspect, and that would make people very, very frightened of doing exactly what you just said, sort of going and checking their outhouses and sheds.
The personal choice, but he's also been described as low risk to the public, and there is nothing in the offending that I have seen recorded that would suggest that this person intends to harm members of the public. His alleged crimes were disruptive. They were in relation to sharing of information rather than necessarily conducting activity that was going to result immediately in somebody's harm.
OK. Nick Aldworth, good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
You're welcome.
I mean, it just seems... the experts all seem to say it is a matter of time. So
it's a lonely business, I think, being on the run. And whenever you hear stories of people, sometimes people on the run in the end turn themselves in because it's just too hard. And if the minute you run out of money, you run out of friends. You don't know who to trust.
I do have a degree of sympathy with him, only in that he's a kid. Do you know what I mean? I'm not trying, whatever. I mean, he's not been convicted
of spying for Iran.
He's not accused. Well, he's not been convicted of anything.
No, he's accused.
So,
yeah.
But maybe is it just a sign of getting older? I just think he's a child.
It's because the pictures of him are sympathetic. Yes, he doesn't. He looks just like a kid, anyone's kid.
You just think, we all make stupid mistakes at that age, don't we? But
it's more than that.
Yeah, and I know you're probably right, and I know I'm probably being a soft touch.
Some children can be radicalised.
Yeah, they can.
They're still a danger to our country.
I'm just a bit of an old softie.
You are.
But anyway, there you go. Now, the Prime Minister has told reporters that a trade deal with India, which we were sort of told was on the cards with this G20 trip to India, is actually not guaranteed as he prepares to negotiate with Narendra Modi during the G20 Summit in Delhi.
Rishi Sunak will speak with the Indian Prime Minister at a critical meeting this weekend to work on the feasibility of a free trade agreement with the most populous country on earth.
Let's talk to our political editor, Christopher Hope, who's in New Delhi for us this morning. What can we expect, Christopher?
Well, it'll be a chat with Modi. That's happening in a couple of hours' time. We'll be able to bring news from that meeting here on GB News later today. The hope is they can skirt around the edges of a trade deal, but the point of the G20, as you can see behind me, it's all the world has gathered here in New Delhi. The place is in lockdown as they talk about issues that are bigger than just UK trade deals, issues such as One Earth, One Family, One Future. Those are the three ideas they're discussing here. And that's the idea, to have a chat with other countries too about the war in Ukraine, particularly inflation and the environment.
But we're almost going into commentary about expectation management, aren't we? Because the Prime Minister, when asked apparently on the flight there if there was really going to be a trade deal, he said he just couldn't promise anything.
That's right. He told us, Anne, it wasn't a given. And then in an interview on TV, like a pool interview yesterday, he said that it may not be a deal before the election. And yet he also told Indian television out here that he's looking to deepen security ties, suggesting that could be a way to do a deal. He clearly feels, given his family's heritage, his wife, of course, Akshata Murthy, she is Indian, that there is this human bridge between the UK and India, and he personifies that as the son-in-law of India, as he described himself. So the hope is they can use that as a personal charm, that personal connection with this country to try and get a deal, but there's no sign of that yet.
Oh, OK, I know you're going to keep us up to date. Christopher, for now, thanks very much indeed.
It's expectations management, isn't it?
Isn't
a lot
it
of things were expected, I think, of the Prime Minister going to India. Being from that country himself, his wife being from that country, they're very well known. It was going to be seen as a sort of enormous welcoming, and it hasn't worked like that.
No, but isn't it interesting, David Mellor yesterday saying the problem is if he comes back with anything substantial, well, is it seen as a bit of an insider trading thing? Because obviously his father-in-law's massive company over there. If anything benefits Indian business, then it's going to benefit his father-in-law and all the rest of it. So he'd be better off coming away with nothing. It's very difficult.
Very odd, that. Coming away with nothing. That wouldn't be seen well either, surely.
No, unless they can sort out something over the Russia situation. And obviously India has remained neutral, but sort of still buying a lot of oil off Russia and things.
Nevertheless, I think it is probably very good to go there and become first-name terms with some very important people in the world.
Got to be done.
That's what it's about, isn't it?
That's how you make progress.
Yeah.
OK, let's get a check on the weather for you this morning. It is warm. Could be the hottest day of the year so far. Here's Alex.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. The hot spell continues today, but there is an increasing chance of seeing more thunderstorms. We will eventually see things cooling down. In fact, a cooler day today across the far northwest, but elsewhere it's already pretty warm, and that warmth and humidity is likely to spark a few thunderstorms from the middle of the afternoon onwards across parts of the Midlands, Wales, Northern England and maybe East Anglia too. Very hit and miss, but where they do occur, they could cause some disruption, dropping a lot of rain in a short space of time. The vast majority, though, won't see those downpours and just have a hot and humid day. 32, 33 in the London area. Cooler around some coasts where it will be a little misty, and certainly cooler in northwest Scotland where it will be quite cloudy with some patchy rain. Still a potential for some of those thunderstorms to rumble on into this evening, and overnight we may just see some more of them drifting up over the Channel. But again, for most overnight, it's just another very warm one, a humid night and another difficult night for sleeping. Sunday sees generally a bit more cloud and an increasing chance of seeing some of these thunderstorms. Parts of northern England, maybe southern Scotland, again the Midlands and Wales later in the day. The northwest of Scotland will stay pretty drab with outbreaks of rain and drizzle. And again, some coasts will be a little bit misty and murky. So the coast will be a little cooler perhaps, but inlands once more temperatures well above average, and in the southeast above 30 Celsius again.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Stephen's a bit worried that the big yellow exclamation mark warning
it's right over my house.
Right over your house. Sorry about that.
Oh, I'm a bit concerned.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll get a latest check on the weather across all parts of the UK, including Northern Ireland with Doogie Beattie in just a moment.
The Live Desk with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Pip Thompson. It's here Monday to Friday on GB News.
From midday, we'll bring you the news as it breaks, whenever it's happening and wherever it's happening, from across the UK and around the world.
Refreshing, feisty, but with a bit of fun too.
If it matters to you, we'll have it covered on TV, radio and online.
Join the Live Desk on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Weeknights on GB News from 6 p.m. You'll always get drama.
Please stop, Michelle.
I know, yeah.
Please stop.
Should I just shut up?
Romance.
You like me, I like you. There you go.
There you are. Well, don't tell anybody.
Adventure.
Etc.
That's the whole point. But
and action.
Sergeant Reed, my superstar panel, they're already at it. They're fighting. It's going to be quite a show.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
So Jubes and Co, we tackle the issues of the day with real robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views, and often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton, for 2 hours packed full of unfiltered opinions, unique takes and fiery debates. I guarantee you blockbuster guests and exclusive reporting with no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I think there is a culture of collusion, quite frankly.
And no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In a world of dull and predictable radio and TV shows.
Oh, hi. On Mark Dolan tonight, we've got big guests. We drill into the big stories of the day. The show adds up to a brilliant listening and viewing experience. Mark Dolan Tonight is the most entertaining current affairs show ever, and that's a fact. That's Mark Dolan Tonight, Friday, Saturday and Sunday from 9. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Like all families, we have arguments every now and then, but actually we agree on what the mission of GB News is, and that's the most fundamentally important thing.
GB News provides the kind of platform that lets all voices be heard. We don't hold back. We're free to say what we really think.
Just because some people who live in a tiny little Westminster bubble think that their particular story is important, that's not the most important story for me.
And often there will be difficult stories, stories that you won't find on the establishment media.
Because what people think in the north of England may be very different to what they're thinking in the home counties.
We're going to carry on telling the world what life is really like for households up and down the UK.
We love to be in your car, in your kitchen as you're having your breakfast. Whatever you're doing, you are part of the show. If it matters to you, it matters to us.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Good morning. It is 8:22. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Yeah, we are talking about the hot weather and your dogs and what they like in the hot weather. Mary says, thank you, Mary, chopped cucumber mixed in yoghurt in ice cube trays. Small, convenient, and dogs love them. Do you know, that would be great. Because when I first got my little doggy, I used to go to the trouble of doing that. I don't anymore. But I mushed up carrot and put it in an ice cube tray, I think, with Greek yoghurt. And she absolutely loved it in the hot weather. So I might do it again for her today.
Might do. Lauren in Canada, we're getting everywhere this morning.
We are.
Says, our Cocker Spaniel loves his pool in the hot summer weather. We've got a toddler's hard plastic paddling pool.
Yes, that's the way to do it. Hard one.
That's the one, hard one. Put in a couple of trays of ice cubes, jumps in and bobs up and down for the ice cubes. It cools her down very well. And then she has a nap on the kitchen floor.
I wish my dog did that. She won't go near a pool.
Won't she?
No.
I did toy with the idea of getting the hose pipe out yesterday and just having a little, like a mist over him.
They might like a mist.
They might like a mist, but...
But yeah, isn't it funny that we're talking about how to keep cool in this heat?
Crackers.
Yeah, how was your sleep last night? It has been feeling like summer recently, and the Met Office says the current heat wave could peak today with highs of 33 or even 34 degrees.
Yeah, so that would make it the hottest day of the year. As a result, as you would expect, the UK Health Security Agency has now upgraded its heat health alert to amber across certainly most of England.
Let's go to Northern Ireland, which isn't renowned for its beautiful sunshine. And Doogie Beattie there is in Portrush. How is it today, Doogie?
Well, good morning, Anne. Good morning, Stephen. Anne, I think I want to come and live with you. Paddling pool, chopped carrots, Greek yoghurt. Never mind the dog, I'll move in. But yes, it's not bad here. It is very overcast at the moment. I'm just out to the right-hand side of me. I can see the sun starting to light up the peninsula in Donegal because the coastline here goes right across. The North Antrim coast starts off really in Ballycastle, comes up through Ballintoy, Port Glenone, Portrush, Portstewart, Bushmills. These are all holiday destinations and depend on the tourist pound and have had really, quite sad weather over the summer period. And really what's occurred to me this morning is I see a few children coming out of the caravan parks here along with their mothers and fathers walking the dogs. Of course, school started back last Monday, so it's very unlikely that a lot of the tourists will be here today, but it is still very cool. And on the way up, I must say, if anybody's out driving, because it's so warm so late in the year, the dew is on the grass, then the heat comes and what you get is mist. I mean, I was down to about 15 feet visibility on the way here, and then as soon as we got near the coast where the wind is, it went and disappeared, and that is always a benefit. But yes, we are expecting good crowds into Portrush today, Portstewart. Hopefully it does, because as I say, they depend on that pound. And I'll be going round to check a little bit to see how the traders have done throughout the day. But one of the biggest warnings I have to give you is coming from that agricultural side of stuff. When I was coming up the road, I noticed so many barley fields have been cut. Now, when you look at those barley fields, they're usually on side roads, but there's some beautiful views from them. And some people are very tempted to stop, and instead of parking in the road, they park in the barley field. Don't do that. The heat of your exhaust could catch the freshly cut barley and usually sets it on fire. So never mind the health warnings on one side. That's a good tip for anybody else.
Oh yeah, I tell you what, we need to look after the farmers, especially at the moment. They've had a rough time. I'll tell you what though, if the heat does come and the sun comes, then that's going to burn off all that cloud behind you. And I tell you what, Doogie, it'd make a beautiful view.
Oh, it is. This is Portrush Harbour behind me. Like over the last couple of days, we've had a lot of big thunderstorms right across Ireland, and really heavy downpours in them. But they've only lasted for a few moments and away again. Both my daughters would go out in the paddle boards and so forth. So hopefully they will get out. Hopefully they will enjoy themselves, because I'm just noticing behind me here down on the beach, people are starting to come in to go swimming here and paddleboard. It is one of the most beautiful parts of Northern Ireland. The Giant's Causeway just out round the coast here, very historic site. And of course we then have right across up towards Derry there, McGilligan Point, and the beaches here are beautiful. They're empty. absolutely empty, and they're miles and miles of sand.
I know. I've always wanted to see the Giant's Causeway.
Me too, actually. I've never seen it.
Love to. Yeah. Well, we have to do the programme from there one day.
Book us in, Doogie. Book us in. Lovely stuff. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Thanks very much indeed. It's lovely to see it there. I'll tell you what, can you imagine, just that blue sky behind him would just finish that off. Let's hope it all burns off.
I come from that county, Antrim. The diamonds come from there, yeah.
Oh, right.
I'm just trying to remember the name of the village that we come from. It's got one of those funny names like Khalife or Ballymena or something like that. I'll look it up.
Yeah, find out.
And it's my ambition to go there as well.
Well, you'd be like Joe Biden going to meet your going to your ancestral home.
It's nice to do that, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can understand wanting to do that. The diamonds who come from there, were not country house owners. They were living tiny little village shacks almost.
Yeah.
We got the pictures and everything, but it'd still be lovely to go there.
Yeah, well, so you get there.
Yeah, you go there and you look. And I know it sounds weird, but you look at the graveyards for the names, don't you?
Yeah.
And
I like
that
a wander.
sort of area.
I like a wander around a graveyard.
So do I. Walk the dog. There's a lovely graveyard near me. Isn't it strange saying that? But a lovely graveyard near me, and I walk the dog there sometimes. And you look at the names, and you look at particularly the old ones, I think, and the lovely things that are written on them.
It's nice, isn't it? It's a weird... But I sort of think it's quite nice to just, look at the names of people who've been dead for such a long time,
Yeah.
some of them.
Yeah.
But it's nice
the way
that
they were
they're
remembered.
not forgotten. Yeah.
Yes. And they often say that, don't they?
Anyway, there you go. That's a bit of an odd
Strange thing to
say,
talk
but
about, yeah.
We'll see what's in the Saturday papers for you in just a moment. This is Breakfast.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Monday to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
People in Britain, they love free speech, but they also love fair play.
I don't care if I'm speaking somebody from a trade union, from the Labour Party, somebody from the SNP. And I think the viewers like to see that actually we can challenge one another, but in a positive way.
We think we ask the questions that people want to ask, and often we ask the questions that we wanted to ask in Parliament but never got the chance to ask.
So join us every Saturday, 10 a.m. till noon on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Dan Wootton. You can watch me live on GB News Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. And did you know that you can also watch and listen live on our website, gbnews.com? You'll always be up to date on the latest breaking news, as well as enjoying the best stories, opinions and shows. You can even join the debate under our live player as you're watching. So head straight to gbnews.com on TV, radio and online. GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, "Nana, stop arguing." I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment.
I came to GB News because it's the people's channel and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different. Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
Is the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Oh, it is 8:32. I don't know where the morning's going. This is Breakfast with Steve and Anne.
Amazing, isn't it? Let's take a look at today's newspapers. Front page of the Times this morning, the family of the escaped alleged terrorist Daniel Khalife appealed last night for him to give himself up, and the search is going into its fourth day today.
The Telegraph leads with net zero obsession has fuelled inflation. Oh, we wonder what had done it. With the former Bank of England governor saying it shouldn't be the bank's top priority.
And then in the Mail, I'll fight doctors who say I should be left to die, on the front page of the Daily Mail this morning. A seriously ill teenage girl has vowed to fight the doctors who she says want to impose on her certain death.
Woke judges under attack and ministers must stop bowing to human rights rulings, says the Express.
And the Mirror, miss you, Granny. And that's on the front page. Harry and William paid their separate tributes to their beloved grandma, of course, Queen Elizabeth II, yesterday, a year after her death.
Let's go through the papers in a bit more detail. Joining us once again, journalist Ella Whelan and political consultant Emma Burnell. Ladies, good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Let's kick off, Emma, with the FT weekend, looking at concrete, the rack concrete.
Yeah, so it turns out the FT have this quite interesting story that over 2 years ago there was a recommendation to government that they should start cataloguing which buildings have this rack concrete in it. This was supported by the Institute of Structural Engineers, so the people who know what they're talking about, saying, this is going to be dangerous. You've got to start, at the very least, auditing where it is so that you know. And they didn't do it. They didn't take up that recommendation. So, of course, now there's just been this mad scramble. Do you have a rack in your building? And, of course, it started with schools, but we know it's in hospitals. There's a story today that it's in theatres, something that's obviously very close to my heart. So it's just, it's one of those things where they saved a penny and are spending a pound.
Yeah, but I mean, to put it into a wider context slightly, presumably this advice was also passed on to the SNP government, was also passed on to the Labour government in Wales, and we know none of those have got surveys of this either.
I mean, I don't know, because a lot of these institutes are England only. Some of this advice will be directly commissioned by the government, so it would be commissioned advice. So I couldn't speak to that. But, yeah, I mean, there have been failures across the piece to get ahead of this. And it is, I say, there's just all too often this treasury thinking where everything has to be spent within a year and budgeted within a year. And so if you're talking about something that will save you a lot of money in the longer term but will cost money initially, they never go for it. And yet we are just seeing over and over again the effects of that.
Yeah,
well,
we're catching up now. Ella, you want to talk about Gillian Keegan's hot mic moment?
Well, just that it follows on, because I don't know if anyone's seen this picture of her sort of looking over the edge of her glasses in that kind of knowing way, which has gone around in all the papers and gone viral on the internet. And this sort of sassy kind of act of, obviously her outburst off camera that then went on camera of, why aren't I cut some slack, why aren't I thanked, is actually quite serious, because, for example, there's news out that she's been, in conversations behind closed doors with a Conservatives in Communications sort of meet-up, networking event, that she described this as sensationalist, the coverage of it as sort of that everybody needed to calm down. And actually, in relation to Emma's point about the fact that we knew, it doesn't take, for my mind, a rocket science to understand that if you're putting in place using material that has a short shelf life, that problems are going to arise in the future. She actually is quoted as saying, you know, this has been bounced around for a while in Whitehall. She says, in government, people often write down what other people should do, and it gives them the problem without the cash, funny enough. So she's kind of, it's this terrible, sort of PR act of deflecting and making it all about herself, which I think says something about the current state of sort of careerist politicians, which is that this actually hasn't got anything to do with Gillian Keegan and her work ethic or anything like that. This is a long-standing problem. Well, it has been a problem for years, and it does bring to mind Grenfell in the same in relationship to cladding. There is, you know, shortcuts, whether it's terms to inadequacy or in terms of money saving.
But isn't part of the issue with this that, yeah, you're right, I mean, it's such a long-term issue. There should have been thought about this decades ago. But when something goes wrong, immediately the opposition and some of the papers are actually trying to pin it on the government. This is the government's fault. Like Grenfell was the government's fault. Well, it just isn't that simple, is it?
No, it isn't that simple. And there are, I mean, we know that there are, in particular in relation to Grenfell, the picture was quite complicated in terms of how far back the blame and the chain of events went. And it was actually a lot of these things shouldn't be used as party political issues. But if you have an education secretary who is essentially saying, ugh, why am I having such a hard time? Because we've had to close down all these schools, followed by, you know, her having been preceded by Gavin Williamson, and we know what a great education secretary he was. You do have to start saying, OK, if you hope... I think the important point is, if you hope to be in power post-2024, get your act together.
I find fascinating her stance on this, her image. Because I don't believe for a second it was a hot mic moment.
No.
She knew she was on mic.
No politician.
She'd actually, if you look at the video, she'd checked her mic, she was sort of going to take it off, and then left it on, and then had the outburst. And that picture you just showed us is so savvy.
Yes.
That woman is positioning herself.
That picture is very deliberately referencing the film The Devil Wears Prada. And the thing about The Devil Wears Prada, and I was thinking very particularly about this. One of the points that the devil in the film is the boss of this magazine, is basically Vogue. But what the point in that film that is made really clearly is that she's incredibly good at her job. She's incredibly hard to work for, but she's incredibly good at her job. Gillian Keegan has not earned a Devil Wears Prada moment.
But that's what you believe she was going for?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah. Interesting.
And that's why she said what she said. She knew she was on mic.
Yeah,
she just wanted to come over as a very hard, feisty woman.
She didn't have much of a public image. Now...
No, we all know her.
We all know her. We know who she is. You know, she's... Give her 6 months, she'll be on I'm a Celebrity.
Well, we shall see. I mean, I think you're right. She knew the interview had stopped half a second earlier.
And she had fiddled with her mic and left it on. She knew that mic was still on her. And she knows, they all know that, you know, and the reporter was still standing in front of her and the camera was still on her. I'm sorry, that was not a hot mic moment.
No. Emma, let's have a look at the Bank of England. Their net zero obsession, fuelling inflation, says a former governor.
Yeah, see, I once again, I'm bringing this back to short-term thinking. It may well be that the investments that we need to make in order to get to net zero, in order to make sure that we are, both in terms of climate change, but also in terms of energy security, are going to cost us money at the moment. But if you think net zero is fuelling inflation, wait until, 20 years down the line and climate change is even worse and our economy will be in the toilet. So, frankly, once again, I'm just fed up of these economists who just seem to think everything happens in 6 months.
Yeah, but I suppose the issue with this is, things have to be paid for, but there's pain and there's pain.
There is.
Cripple the entire nation.
And what I'm saying is, you think we're in pain now, you wait and see what it's going to be like in 5-10 years' time.
Well, I mean, I think part of the problem is that there is, inflation is blamed on any number of things, and it's a bit like it's out of our control. the way it's talked about. But of course, in relation to policies around net zero, that is within our control. So you can make a political decision to say we would prioritise growing the economy and, you know, you talked about energy security, but also have a focus on cheap and accessible energy, which might mean not banning fossil fuels, which might mean not going down a net zero route. That's a political decision you can take that will have economic effects. But part of the problem with the whole conversation around climate change and, you know, net zero targets is that there is a sort of it's an all or nothing, and there's been a sacrificing of people's quality of lives, and, you know, particularly in a cost of living crisis, a sort of disregard for the fact that this has a knock-on effect. A prioritising of green targets has a knock-on effect, in particular of working class people, and that can be changed. You know, but you don't have to do that.
I mean, it's Mervyn King making these comments. Now, he was considered to be a solid governor of the Bank of England, and like Andrew Bailey, who's obviously getting a lot of stick, and I think justifiably so.
I mean, I do think there are questions about whether the Bank of England should be making policy decisions. It should be the government saying, this is what we're going to do, it is now your job to do it. But because of Bank of England independence, you know, they are having to factor into their economic decision-making the things that are going to affect our economy. And that will include climate change.
Then, isn't it?
In part, definitely. I mean, the politicians were very happy to give the Bank of England independence and say, yeah, this is your job now. And now they want to tell them what to do, and you can't have it both ways. You know, you can either say we are can completely take charge of monetary policy and we're going to put that into the state in the way that we had throughout the 1970s and 80s, and there will be different approaches to that, and they will be highly political. So what we did in the 70s, what we did in the 80s, what we did in the 90s were completely different. Or we're going to take the politics out of it and it's just going to be a bunch of wonks at the Bank of England and we will depoliticise monetary policy. Fine, except that it has political implications, like inflation.
Yeah.
Of course it does. Should we change tack entirely, Ella, and go to William and Harry paying their separate tributes to the Queen yesterday?
Yes, so obviously it's no stranger to anyone, this story about the breakdown in royal familial relationships, and the Mirror goes into detail saying that they're all doing their own kind of private thing. So Harry was in Windsor, King Charles was in Balmoral, and William was in Wales. And obviously, they're all carrying out their various royal duties in the different areas. But I suppose there is a question mark still over this. You know, Charles has been held as surviving his first initial period as king, and has been talked about as a bittersweet moment. On the one hand, mourning his mother. On the other hand, you know, having managed to succeed so far. But there is this big question over a family that's meant to be an inspiration to the nation, that's supposed to be looked at as as you know, the perfect family in a way.
A uniting influence.
Yes, it's obviously far from it. And the influence, it's actually, even as someone who isn't a monarchist, of which I'm not, it's fascinating to look at the influence of celebrity, from the sort of Harry and the Spare documentary part to the changing traditions within the family themselves. You know, even William being quite different from Charles.
But isn't this making something out of nothing? In the sense we're saying, oh, well, the two grandsons were miles apart, they weren't together. But no one says, well, William wasn't with his father because William was doing duties in Wales. I mean, you wouldn't actually expect them to be there. Where was Anne? Where was Edward? I mean, they were all just doing their own thing and taking their own time, weren't they?
Well, I suppose it's, you know, yes, but in a way, this is what the royal family has left, which is what it can. I'm sure they don't appreciate headlines like this, but what they have left is their celebrity factor. And I think as much as Harry is quite obviously playing on that with his various deals in wherever, Netflix and elsewhere, I think it's also the case that the young royals, William and Kate, understand the power of celebrity and want to harness it much more than
they're just different flavours of celebrity, really.
Exactly, yeah. Which is,
well, fair point.
You can't have your royal cake and eat it, kind of thing.
No.
Unless it's a Battenberg.
Clever. It's far too intellectual for that.
Far too political too.
We're talking politics. Rishi Sunak wants to be PM until 2030.
Yes,
Gosh.
I only wanted to do this story because I've come up with the line that that's wishful thinking.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, he's he's briefing out that he's suddenly very, very bullish. But equally, there are behind-the-scenes briefings in Tory-friendly newspapers like the Mail that he's incredibly nervous about his conference speech and how well that's going to go down. I mean, I think there is a real sense within the Conservative people that I speak to that it's kind of over and they are allowed just as zombies walking to doom. Yeah, democracy...
are Labour any better at being looking like zombies?
Well, Labour are bullish. You know, they're looking like they're going to go into government rather than come out of it.
Do they?
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
I mean, the way the polls are, it's...
No, the polls are good, I know.
But they are... I mean, I think Labour are going to have to spend the next year making the case for them into government. But frankly... In terms of energy, it's like night and day. It really is. In terms of where the energy is, how people are feeling, the optimism. I mean, the joy of democracy is we don't know. I mean, it might turn around. It has happened before. It happened in 1992. That's the year that is scorched onto every Labour member's soul. But you have to do something to turn it around.
I think that's the sense of overall sort of zombiness, Anne, that you might be feeling. I've been feeling as well, which is that even there are Conservative MPs who say, admittedly, we need a period in opposition. It's fine. I'm not even, you know, I'm not. Yeah, but they're sort of almost they've admitted defeat. Yeah. On the other hand, the Labour Party seems to have admitted success. So it's you say bullish. I would say kind of being arrogant in terms of refusing to give any detail on anything, which is OK. It's relatively normal and coming up to an election campaign.
David Blunkett did an enormous piece in the Telegraph yesterday saying that he felt that it would be a miracle for Labour to win it.
Well, yeah, this is the thing. I think there's a level of arrogance because actually if Labour wins, it will be because the Conservatives have been so poor, not because there's this surge in dynamism for a Labour government. And I don't know about viewers at home looking forward to 2024, but I am incredibly depressed about the idea of an election because I am not excited by anyone. I mean, I rarely am, but particularly this time round, it just feels miles away from 2019 or any other previous election.
Yeah, it's
as someone on the left, I'm quite glad it's miles away from 2019. I was not a big Boris fan. But yeah, I mean, I do get there is not yet a level of enthusiasm about Labour, and they've got to turn that around.
Well, maybe we all need to just go home and cry into our... which young men will not do, according to the Telegraph. You know,
stop the press, headline news, young guys don't like crying in front of each other. I mean, I think probably a lot of us knew that it's not like
Who does these surveys?
You know, well, this was actually YouGov. The reason I decided to do this was because it was YouGov, and it's, you know, came off of the back of the news around Andrew Tate and his influence and obviously his alleged crimes. And the YouGov poll found that 58% of 18 to 24-year-olds will try not to cry in front of their other male friends. Now, the question I want to ask is there anything wrong with that? And, you know, I think emotional...
Is there anything wrong with them crying or not crying?
Or not crying. There's this kind of interesting thing, a discussion about boys, which is that I think we all know that there's some kind of problem with maybe being able to feel emotional in public. On the other hand, I'm not so sure that restraint or whether you want to call it masculinity or anything else is necessarily a bad thing. You know, there's a bit of an element of that. I don't think we should go down a route where emotional incontinence is the norm.
I think it's all things in moderation, isn't it? If they're absolutely unable to engage with each other emotionally, that is a problem. If, on the other hand, they're all sitting around watching Brief Encounter every Saturday night, crying into their hankies, that probably is also not the way to go.
That would be a bit of a worry, wouldn't it?
It's different. We are different and we do it differently.
Express things differently. I said to my husband, who met up with his friend, I said, well, what, you know, I did the classic thing. What did you talk about? Give me all the details. And it was, you know, very light on detail. I said, well, isn't that a problem for you? He said, no, we get along just fine, thank you very much. Yeah. And it was like, you know, go away. We don't do things like you. Yeah. And I think there is an issue to be talked about with young men. It's a fascinating area, particularly in relation to the Andrew Tate influence. But just telling them they've all got to sob a bit more, I think, really isn't the solution.
It feels a bit facile.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it does a little bit. Look, we need to leave it there. Emma, Thank you very much
Thank you so
indeed.
much.
Thank you.
We're going to very carefully wheel you out, I suspect.
Okay.
And if you stay where you are, Ella, because we need to get Aidan McGee in.
Yeah, where's Aidan? We'll get him into the studio to talk through the sport. There's a lot going on, of course.
Yeah, of course, the Rugby World Cup. England plays Argentina today.
And President Macron was booed, wasn't he?
He was.
When he gave his opening speech.
Yeah.
Fascinating stuff.
Aidan, what do you make of it all?
Last night, the rugby, you mean? Yeah, I mean, I think it's awkward when your head of state is very unpopular. Wouldn't have happened if the Queen had been opening the Rugby World Cup in this country, you know, if you
No, it wouldn't.
God, I hope not.
But he was booed all round the entire stadium.
Was he booed before he said anything?
He was booed as he walked out, yeah, so he didn't even say anything, and he was quite uncomfortable. We'll have a look at it now, actually. I think we've got it on screen.
And why do we think this is happening? Let's see it.
Amis du rugby!
Oh, how embarrassing.
I mean, you can see they've gone to great expense. You know, they've got the lecterns there, they've got the big Eiffel Tower in the background. They managed to clear it very quickly for the game to get underway, so it was a very slick operation, but you look deeply uncomfortable there, and that's the problem when an elected politician is your head of state. It's going to be Marmite in the stadium. But nonetheless, it was a brilliant opening match for France. They got underway with a 27-13 win over the highly fancied New Zealand, but I just feel...
Yeah, New Zealand have never lost at this stage before, have
No, they haven't. That's absolutely right. And they've won 2 World Cups recently. They're roughly where France are where New Zealand were probably 10 years ago, or probably 15 years ago. They were always coming to the World Cups. They were always favourite. This time, though, they're in their own country. And I just think, I do believe in there being a time. Sometimes there's a feeling. Ireland are #1 in the world, South Africa #2 in the world. Ireland tend to flatter to deceive at major tournaments. France, though, a little bit like with the World Cup in football in France, '98, I was over there, and it just felt, especially as it was at home, it was a home tournament, it felt as if France were going to do it.
What's on today?
Today, well, we've got the home nations in action with England are underway against Argentina.
Yes.
I'm worried for England. I was listening to Will Greenwood, the World Cup winner from 2003. He said, like, no momentum, no confidence.
What time is it available here?
That is going to be at, let me see, it's 8 o'clock this evening.
8 o'clock this evening.
Yeah, it's in Marseille. It's in Marseille. Look, Argentina are there for the taking. I mean, I just can't remember a time when England have gone into a game against Argentina at any stage being the underdogs. But England have won 3 matches in the last 10. 2 of those are against Wales, who have been struggling. The other one was against Italy, who are traditionally wooden spoonists in the Six Nations. 1 win in the last 6 as well. Their captain, obviously, Owen Farrell, has been suspended because of his tip tackle, so Courtney Lawes is standing in. Steve Borthwick's had less than a year to work with the team. They've not played loads of games in that period, and so I'm really worried for England, although it is the World Cup. It is the World Cup.
It is the World Cup. Anything can happen.
Certainly can.
Yeah.
Aidan, thanks very much indeed.
Here's your weather.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. The hot spell continues today, but there is an increasing chance of seeing more thunderstorms. We will eventually see things cooling down. In fact, a cooler day today across the far northwest, but elsewhere it's already pretty warm, and that warmth and humidity is likely to spark a few thunderstorms from the middle of the afternoon onwards across parts of the Midlands, Wales, Northern England and maybe East Anglia too. Very hit and miss, but where they do occur they could cause some disruption, dropping a lot of rain in a short space of time. The vast majority, though, won't see those downpours and just have a hot and humid day. 32, 33 in the London area. Cooler around some coasts where it will be a little misty, and certainly cooler in northwest Scotland where it will be quite cloudy with some patchy rain. Still a potential for some of those thunderstorms to rumble on into this evening. And overnight, we may just see some more of them drifting up over the channel. But again, for most overnight, it's just another very warm one, a humid night and another difficult night for sleeping. Sunday sees generally a bit more cloud and an increasing chance of seeing some of these thunderstorms. Parts of northern England, maybe southern Scotland, again the Midlands and Wales later in the day. The northwest of Scotland will stay pretty drab with outbreaks of rain and drizzle. And again, some coasts will be a little bit misty and murky. So the coast will be a little cooler perhaps, but inlands once more temperatures well above average, and in the southeast above 30 Celsius again.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Well, on the weather this morning, Philip says the hailstones can be so bad in this sort of condition, because we might get hailstones in the big thunderstorms that we may get today, that cars and buildings can get damaged, like being hit by thousands of golf balls. In 2006, my own car was damaged with dimples all over.
And then Anne says, don't forget bus drivers in this heat.
The Live Desk with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Pip Thompson. It's here Monday to Friday on GB News.
From midday, we'll bring you the news as it breaks, whenever it's happening and wherever it's happening, from across the UK and around the world.
Refreshing, feisty, but with a bit of fun too.
If it matters to you, we'll have it covered on TV, radio and online.
Join the Live Desk on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Weeknights on GB News from 6 p.m. You'll always get drama.
Please stop, Michelle.
I know, yeah.
Please stop.
Should I just shut up?
Romance.
You like me, I like you. There you go.
There you are. Well, don't tell anybody.
Adventure.
Etc.
That's the whole point. But
and action.
Sergeant, the big read my superstar panel that are already at it. They're fighting. It's going to be quite a show.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
So Jubes and Co, we tackle the issues of the day with real robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views, and often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton, for 2 hours packed full of unfiltered opinions, unique takes and fiery debates. I guarantee you blockbuster guests and exclusive reporting with no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I think there is a culture of collusion, quite frankly.
And no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In a world of dull and predictable radio and TV shows.
Oh, hi. On Mark Dolan tonight, we've got big guests. We drill into the big stories of the day. The show adds up to a brilliant listening and viewing experience. Mark Dolan Tonight is the most entertaining current affairs show ever, and that's a fact. That's Mark Dolan Tonight, Friday, Saturday and Sunday from 9. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Like all families, we have arguments every now and then, but actually we agree on what the mission of GB News is, and that's the most fundamentally important thing.
GB News provides the kind of platform that lets all voices be heard. We don't hold back. We're free to say what we really think.
Just because some people who live in a tiny little Westminster bubble think that their particular story is important, that's not the most important story for me.
And often they will be difficult stories, stories that you won't find on the establishment media.
Because what people think in the north of England may be very different to what they're thinking in their home counties.
We're going to carry on telling the world what life is really like for households up and down the UK.
We love to be in your car, in your kitchen as you're having your breakfast. Whatever you're doing, you are part of the show. If it matters to you, it matters to us.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Good morning, 9 o'clock on Saturday the 9th of September. Today, a confirmed sighting of escaped prisoner Daniel Khalife, and police say they're closing in. But this morning, he is still on the loose.
As the G20 gets underway in India, can we get a free trade deal with India before the next election? Well, the Prime Minister says he's not promising.
It might be September, but today could be the hottest day of the year.
And Alex will keep us up to date with that.
The heat continues through this weekend, but there is an increasing chance of seeing some thunderstorms both this afternoon and tomorrow. For more details, join me later for a full forecast.
Good morning, I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Ann Diamond, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
And also coming up this hour, we're going to be talking about Mike Yarwood, who, I suppose if you're under about 40, you may not really know who he is.
And yet he was mega.
Absolutely huge.
I think he must have been the first huge impressionist.
Really
I know
had an impact.
people did impressions around sort of the clubs and things like that, but he was the first huge, big, on-television Saturday night show impressionist. And he did so many people. I mean, nobody, I think, had ever done Prince Charles before.
They wouldn't dare.
And he dared, and he was really good.
He was really good, and his.
And he did Harold Wilson, the Prime Minister. See, that shows how old his shows were. But it takes you back to the 60s.
Christmas Day, 1977, the Mike Yarwood Show got 21.4 million viewers, and it's the biggest Christmas Day viewing figures for anything ever.
And according to Robert, thank you very much for emailing in, Robert, he says, I was very sad to hear of the death of Mike Yarwood, whose shows, particularly his Christmas Day shows, were must-see events. I remember the 1978 Christmas show, and his guests were ABBA. That was TV gold. His brand of humour, though, was very gentle. And you're right, he never overstepped the mark, did he? Not too much, anyway.
But he sort of disappeared out of the public life about 30 years ago.
I don't know whether he had mental health problems. I think that might have played a part, because he retired from public life.
It's a shame.
And I don't think, even though he must have made gazillions in his day, I don't know whether he was very wealthy in his later life at all.
No. But anyway, we're going to talk to Jim Davidson this hour, someone who knew of that era, I guess you could say.
Same era, yeah.
So it'd be interesting to get his take on Mike Yarwood. Plus, I have to say, I'm quite excited because I used to watch Jim I was a big fan of the Generation Game in Jim's era. So I'm really looking forward to that, actually.
We were wondering about a television show a bit earlier, because we were told that...
Yeah, would you watch it?
Bob Woolhouse.
Oh, sorry.
No,
that one.
Bob Woolhouse, and I said, was it Barbara Woodhouse and all the rest of it?
No.
Well, Dave, who emailed about the mysterious show earlier, has got back in touch. Thank you.
He's in trouble.
Oh, sorry. My mum just rang and told me off for giving the wrong information. It was the Bob Woolley show on Tyne Tees. That must have been a local one.
Yeah.
Thank you for reading my email, he said.
Well, still doing the
Bob
flowers
Woolley
on a TV show. The Bob... No, I can't track him down on...
What, the Bob Woolley?
On the Bob Woolley show online, yeah. There you go, but on Tyne Tees, maybe one of the local ones. In the sort of good old days, when local telly had more than just... They don't even do local news now, do they? They do regional news. You used to get a bit more local telly.
Yeah, you get local telly, and it would produce its own local stars. And sometimes they were blinking good. On Cheesegate...
more Cheesegate.
TfL, Transport for London, banned this advert for cheese because they said cheese is unhealthy. Imogen in North Berwick says, I love cheese, but I don't like cheese on pizza, so I ask them to keep it off. In Naples, she says, where pizza was invented, you've always been able to get a pizza without cheese, and a lot of the locals eat that.
It's just not right.
Tomato on...
bread.
Yeah.
That's not right. No.
You'd have cheese on a pizza, haven't you?
No. I just think tomato, it'd be like...
bruschetta. Except it wouldn't be. I mean, bruschetta.
Like a big bruschetta.
Yeah.
Or tostada con tomato or something like that. Hugh says, I'm nearly 60 and I've never been able to eat cheese as I find it horrible. I don't like the taste or even the smell. But I'd never be offended by anyone either advertising it or eating it in my company.
Oh.
I'll tell you what I found the other week, which I'd never seen before. It's probably been around forever. Blue brie.
No.
Yeah,
so it's brie with little
the blue
bits in it.
And it was delicious.
I'll bet. I bet that was. Karen says you can't beat grilled cheese on top of lasagna or shepherd's pie. Oh, yes. You see, what would you do without cheese that you couldn't put on top of pies and things like that?
Oh, yeah. But actually, just cheese on toast.
Cheese comes onto its own, yeah.
You can't beat cheese on toast.
No, it's brilliant. It's the best meal there ever is sometimes.
I really fancy it.
When you're hungry. Could do with it now.
Yeah. I'd order
Call
it.
the butler.
I would. He'll be watching, so I would say cheese and toast. We haven't actually got any cheese in at the minute because I had the last of it yesterday when I got home.
Well, you can get it very easily on the way home, can't you?
could do cheese on toast for breakfast. That'd be very nice. Anyway, away from all that sublime talk to the more serious matters going on today, and the manhunt for Daniel Khalife, who escaped from Wandsworth Prison, continues into its 4th day. Police have offered up to £20,000 for any information which leads directly to his arrest.
And meanwhile, the first sighting of him has actually been confirmed after a member of the public said they saw him walking away from a van near the Wandsworth roundabout on Wednesday morning, so straight after he had actually got out of prison.
In the last few minutes, the Metropolitan Police have confirmed they're focusing their efforts in and around the Chiswick area.
Oh, interesting. Joining us now is Chris Phillips, former head of the National Counter-Terrorism Security Office. A very good morning to you. We're hearing so many different things. You know, at one point, police were looking in Richmond Park. Then we hear the young man might have got out of the van or from underneath the van, Wandsworth roundabout. Now we're hearing Chiswick. Do you think the police really do know, or is that just what they're telling us?
Well, I think they're following up leads, and I think that's all they can do, really, is he would clearly have got away quite quickly from the roundabout, Wandsworth roundabout, when he got out from the bottom of the van. And then is which direction did he go? And then it's really just following up leads, following up contacts, people that he knew. He may well have contacts in Chiswick that the police have been looking at. And, of course, the key one here is members of the public. Members of the public are the eyes and ears of the police in this kind of situation, especially now that there's a £20,000 fee if someone dobs him in.
In terms of that figure, how insecure will that make him in terms of the fact you've got to imagine people he's could rely on, could think he could trust, are obviously going to be rather tempted by a large wad of cash?
Yeah, and it makes good sense for the police as well, because this is taking huge amounts of time and manpower, womanpower as well, of course, to try and find him. £20,000 is a big sum of money, and I think it's for certain that he will be found now, unless he's got lots and lots of friends who are moving him around the country and trying to get him out of the country. I think the chances are that he will be picked up in the next day or so.
Yes, I mean, historically, whenever there have been escaped prisoners before who've talked about it later, they say you run very quickly out of money and friends.
Yeah, and we don't know if he had any money at all when he left, did he? I mean, he left the prison. I don't know whether he had access to any kind of finance. His only chance is for people to shield him and then move him around the country, maybe hide him in their houses, and then try slowly, once the dust has settled a bit, to get him out of the country. But unless he's got an organised group, that's going to be really, really difficult. And particularly now he has been cited locally. I think that almost invariably means that he will be picked up in the next few days.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess the problem is that of course he's been accused of various things. He's not been convicted of anything yet, and even if people think he's totally innocent, of course, still harbouring someone who's escaped from prison on remand puts them in hot water. I mean, they'd be in a whole host of trouble, wouldn't they?
Yeah, Stephen, in fact, I think they'd probably be liable for more of a sentence than he's going to get. I mean, he's a really silly boy, actually, because, from what I'm getting from the information, the offences weren't the worst of the terrorism-type offences. Even if he was found guilty, and of course he might not have been, he wouldn't have been in prison for that long. But now he's committed a far more serious offence. All this time and effort has been wasted, and he's become infamous at the same time. So I think he's been a very silly boy, actually, and, he's not done himself any favours. And any of his friends that are harbouring him, could end up with 5-10 years in prison, which is just horrendous.
Nevertheless, it is extraordinary how he was able to escape, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like something out of a Tom Cruise film, isn't it? But, I think it's been said for many years that Wandsworth is a difficult jail these days. It's so old and decrepit. The fact that he was in there in the first place, you'd raise your eyebrows as a police officer dealing with someone for terrorism offences. He clearly wasn't considered a big risk, and he was able to get out, in the most basic way, really, climbing under a van. It's something that should just be standard procedure to search any vehicle that leaves the prison.
I tell you what, I always find a little bit odd is even from sort of day one, police were saying, well, we're going to find him. It's only a matter of time. And you do wonder how, you know, if you're looking at even he could have possibly left the country, never mind just staying in the UK. But, you know, they're pretty sure in what they say, and they seem to have narrowed it down to one small part of London now. I mean, they're clearly pretty good good at their job, but good at gathering that intelligence.
Yeah, Steve, I think the issue is if he'd been a member of an organised crime group with a lot of contacts willing to move him around, give him money and transport him down to the coast and away, then that would have been one thing. But I think the history behind this man is that he's not really. He's a young lad that maybe have done something ridiculous and is going to get a prison sentence. Normal law-abiding members of the community don't like harbouring people that have been freed from prison or, you know, escaped from prison. So the chances are, unless he's got a big group of people to look after him, then he's going to get found eventually. And he's wasted everyone's time and probably put an extra number of years on his sentence if he does get convicted.
We mustn't fall into the trap of feeling sorry for him, though, should we?
No, not in the slightest. You know, the police, the 150 odd police officers that are engaged in this should be doing something far more productive, like stopping other terrorist attacks and other major crime syndicates operating in the UK. So, no, this man is, you know, he's not done something inoffensive. He's done something really serious, but it's not on the worst degree of the terrorism sort of spectrum, if you like.
OK, we better leave it there. Chris Phillips, good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed. No, I mean, look, he makes a really good point in saying it's diverted attention for the police from what else they
Can you
could have been
imagine
doing.
the number of police that must be working on this? Because initially, over the last few days, he could be anywhere. And how you police that, it must take so many people. Now, if they are concentrating on one area of London, but they may not be, that may be a tip-off that turns out to be wrong.
Maybe. But we shall find out. Because they're determined to act on this quickly. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if we get some movement on this in the next... before the end of the weekend, anyway.
Lots of people have picked up on the First Ladies Detective Agency series.
Oh, yes, I mentioned
that earlier. Because we had a lovely lady emailed in from Botswana.
Linda.
Yeah, Linda.
Who was telling us about how to look after your dogs, how to keep them cool.
We were pretty knocked out that you're watching us in Botswana.
And I was just saying, I'm sure that's where the #1 ladies detective agency is...
Which I've never heard of.
Yeah.
But Kathleen says, my husband and I loved the First Ladies Detective Agency TV series. It was what I call an easy watch programme. Warm, gentle, funny and entertaining. And I loved the actress who took the lead part, who was...
Don't know.
Oh, I shouldn't. Paul and Gabriella in Cornwall agree. Adam and Stephen referred to Botswana a little earlier this morning. We are huge fans of the #1 Ladies Detective Agency, which indeed is set there. A great and charming and delightful series by the Scottish writer Alexander McCall Smith.
It was the guy who did the TV series or whatever. He then died. He was that very famous Hollywood director, and he died just before it came out, I think.
Who was he, though? What was the TV company that made it?
I don't know.
Oh,
don't know. Can't remember now.
It sounds good.
But it was the radio show I listened to, which I heard on Radio 4 years ago, and it was the radio adaptation, which I just... But it is the warmth of the characters and all that. Brilliant.
They don't do enough radio drama now, do they?
No.
You never hear radio drama.
Not quite the same, but it's something very good for the drive, you know, for doing a long drive or something. But it was Mara Motsway, who's the main character in it. It's just this wonderful, warm... You can picture her.
All you get on the radio if you're driving now in the drama is sort of, you know, the Archers.
Well, if you updated your car radio to a DAB+, then you could get other channels that would provide you with that. But, of course, you just have to have it tuned to GB News Radio.
Well, absolutely, but I'm thinking of drama. Occasionally it's nice to hear a drama with a beginning, a middle and an end if you're driving a long way. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. If you're going a long way, you won't be driving as far as the Prime Minister's gone.
He's gone a long way.
Yes, he's gone all the way to New Delhi, of all places. You can't drive there. Well, you could, I suppose. It'd take you weeks.
Yeah, a long time, yes. Anyway, he told reporters when he was on his flight to India that a trade deal with India isn't actually guaranteed as he prepares to negotiate with Narendra Modi during the G20.
Yeah, Rishi Sunak is going to talk to the Indian Prime Minister at a critical meeting, we think, today, to try to work on the feasibility of a free trade agreement with what is one of the most populous countries on earth.
Yeah, well, our political editor, Christopher Hope, is in New Delhi there. And it's strange, Christopher, that there seems to be a bit of management of, expectations at the moment, that the Prime Minister actually said to you guys on the plane, maybe I'm not promising anything.
Yeah. Well, that's right. It's always in a negotiation, Anne, isn't it? The meeting with the Premier Modi, Narendra Modi, starts in about 5 minutes' time. We'll bring you the latest from that as soon as it breaks up on GB News. But that's right. He said on the way over on the flight, it's not a given that there'll be a deal. He then went further yesterday in an interview with pooled cameras here, saying there's no guarantee a deal will be done by the election, even though many think a deal might be done by Christmas. The whole point here is that Rishi Sunak, his parents are Indian heritage, his wife's Indian. The idea is he's a kind of physical human bridge between the UK and India. So the hope is he can land something before the election and build on that. The good nature, the good vibes he gets when he's out here. He calls himself, or at least he admits he's referred to as India's son-in-law, because of course his wife's family owns a big chunk of a very big Indian IT company here. So he's got lots of connections with it. There was a countdown clock when he arrived, how many minutes and hours before Sunak arrives in India. So they like him here, but can he get that? Can he deliver a trade deal? That won't be determined today. Today is about the G20. It's a multinational meeting. You see behind me people wandering around, being busy. The world is here in New Delhi this weekend. So this is not the weekend for the trade deal, but maybe progress might be made.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, in terms of what the G20 is going to do, there's bound to be a lot of pressure on India, isn't there? I mean, certainly in terms of their position with Russia and Ukraine.
That's right. Of course, India is trading with Russia through this raw war when Russia's been cut off from the rest of the a lot of the rest of the world in terms of its invasion of Ukraine. On that very point, Mr. Sunak has been treading a very fine line to avoid offending the Indians. He said that India has a vital role to play in calling out Russia's assault on democracy. That was on to when we were briefed before we left the UK. But then it's changed to it's not a job for me to tell India what position to take on international issues. So I think it's a very delicate position to take for the UK government in India. They're trying to get a trade deal. Equally, they can't lecture another big, hopeful trading partner about their own energy security issues. It's not easy, Stephen.
No, I know a lot of our viewers are going to sort of, cringe slightly at that, because it appears that we're so desperate for a trade deal, when actually India is a very wealthy country. It has its own space programme, and yet we still give it a lot of financial aid.
Yeah, I've been asking the government about that this morning for GB News viewers. An aid budget is worth £33 million a year towards Indians, going up to 57 million by 2024-25. Now, that might surprise some people, as you say, Anne, because they're on the moon in recent weeks. But the government says this money is to invest in business links between the UK and India, and they stopped giving money directly to the Indian government back in 2015. But I think those numbers do raise some eyebrows, given the crumbling state of schools in the UK at the moment.
Yeah, it's a lot of money that could help things out over here. Christopher, for now, thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Interesting that I wasn't aware of that, but that money not going to the Indian government then, but going to businesses directly to try and establish trade. But then why is that international aid? Why is that counted as international aid, which you would assume is being used to sort of feed and house
the hungry and
people
poor
and all that sort of thing?
And I know a lot of people watching would say, hang on a bit, what about feeding the hungry and poor here?
Yeah.
I know, it's a contentious one, that one, I think, especially as Christopher said, India is now landing rockets on the moon.
Yes, it raises a lot of questions. But we're going to be talking about the space issue a little bit later on this hour.
Yes, we're talking space.
But not politically. We're getting away from the politics, just to the science and the actual fun of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And in a couple of moments, we're going to be talking about Mike Yarwood as well. First of all, though, shall we have a look at the weather?
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. The hot spell continues today, but there is an increasing chance of seeing more thunderstorms. We will eventually see things cooling down. In fact, a cooler day today across the far northwest, but elsewhere it's already pretty warm, and that warmth and humidity is likely to spark a few thunderstorms from the middle of the afternoon onwards across parts of the Midlands, Wales, Northern England and maybe East Anglia too. Very hit and miss, but where they do occur, they could cause some disruption, dropping a lot of rain in a short space of time. The vast majority, though, won't see those downpours and just have a hot and humid day. 32, 33 in the London area. Cooler around some coasts where it will be a little misty, and certainly cooler in northwest Scotland where it will be quite cloudy with some patchy rain. Still a potential for some of those thunderstorms to rumble on into this evening, and overnight we may just see some more of them drifting up over the channel. But again, for most overnight, it's just another very warm one, a humid night and another difficult night for sleeping. Sunday sees generally a bit more cloud and an increasing chance of seeing some of these thunderstorms. Parts of northern England, maybe southern Scotland, again the Midlands and Wales later in the day. The northwest of Scotland will stay pretty drab with outbreaks of rain and drizzle. And again, some coasts will be a little bit misty and murky. So the coast will be a little cooler perhaps, but inlands once more temperatures well above average, and in the southeast above 30 Celsius again.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Monday to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
People in Britain, they love free speech, but they also love fair play.
I don't care if I'm speaking somebody from a trade union, from the Labour Party, somebody from the SNP. And I think the viewers like to see that actually we can challenge one another, but in a positive way.
We think we ask the questions that people want to ask, and often we ask the questions that we wanted to ask in Parliament but never got the chance to ask.
So join us every Saturday, 10 a.m. till noon on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Dan Wootton. You can watch me live on GB News Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. And did you know that you can also watch and listen live on our website, gbnews.com. You'll always be up to date on the latest breaking news, as well as enjoying the best stories, opinions and shows. You can even join the debate under our live player as you're watching. So head straight to gbnews.com on TV, radio and online. GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, no, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment. I came to GB News because it's the people's channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different. Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching. Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
"9:26, good morning. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Now, the sad news we've all heard in the last few hours that comedian and impressionist Mike Yarwood has died at the age of 82.
Yeah, he was the first of a kind, really. I mean, really a huge household name in the 60s and 70s, doing impressions of celebrities and politicians.
And Prince Charles, he was very good at doing Prince Charles.
Very good at Prince Charles, which was a bit sort of on the edge.
Well,
at the
that's right.
time.
That, I think, is what made him terribly famous.
Because he got the ears, didn't he?
And he did Harold Wilson with the pipe. He did a very good Harold Wilson.
But yeah, he drew in millions upon millions of viewers. Anyway, he passed away yesterday. He was only out... Because he's been off screens for such a long time, I thought he was much older. He was only 82.
Yeah, and we were thinking, it's so interesting, just talking to our producers and everybody back there, that you have to be a certain age to remember him, really.
I guess 40 and over.
Yeah, I think anyone under 40 probably doesn't really know him and know how huge he was. So we were thinking, who would really know him? Who would really know that era of television and who would understand how big it is that, sadly, Jim Davidson has died. Sorry, sadly, where
Mike Yarwood.
Mike Yarwood has died. And we thought... Jim Davidson will know.
Is he still with us?
Yes, of course he is.
Jim, are you? Oh, he's still there.
Jim. Oh, you're on a... stop it.
Still with us, Jim.
Oh, how wonderful. You're in a very exotic location by the look of it.
I am. I hate to show off, but I am somewhere hot and wonderful. Cows on the Isle of Wight.
Oh, how lovely.
Beautiful.
It does look beautiful. Now, we're right, aren't we, that I mean, Mike Yarwood was an enormous figure. Everybody knew him. He got record viewing figures. Did you know him well?
Yes, I joined Thames Television in 1976, and he was one of the big stars there, along with Benny Hill, and later on Morecambe and Wise. So Thames Television had this great way of taking live performers, apart from Benny Hill, of course, and turning them into television stars. And Mike and Benny Hill, they knew how to make television programs, very, very expensive television programs. And of course, after a while, when people drop out of favour, as they do, Mike Yarwood didn't like to work live. He was terrified of going on stage. He had terrible stage fright, and that led to other complications, as you rightly said, and maybe there was some mental health issues along the way. But he did back out of it, and he went to the wonderful Brinsworth House, where he had a fabulous time up until his death. But he understood television, and he made great TV program. And of course, the great thing about Mike, he could do impersonations of people and give them catchphrases that they never really had, and everyone believed it. When he did Dennis Healy, he kept saying, "Oh, you silly Billy," and Dennis Healy had never said that. I've never said silly Billy in my life, and that was it. Mike did the impressions. He could pick out the quirks, and then all the other impressionists, me included, when I used to do a few, I just copied Mike Yarwood. He was just wonderful.
But, I mean, that's part of the legacy, isn't it, now? Because it's, you know, for all the modern generation who think of the great impressionists out there now, and your John Culshaws and your Rory Bremners and all that sort of thing, I mean, they've all taken from Yarwood, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. What they didn't take was the humour. You know, John, those guys you mentioned, they're very, very technical, great people that can copy people's voices. But Mike had a way of making people that weren't funny, funny. And he was absolutely brilliant at it. Absolutely, so brilliant. Now, talking of people that are under 40 that don't know him, well, you know, we, for the last 6 months, have been trying to buy Mike Yarwood's TV series off of Thames Television for Ustream, and they're hanging on to it like it's gold. They must have known something that we didn't. But I just thought he was great and very, very, very funny. And you must have met him a few times.
Yes, I met him many times, and he always did those impressions for you. They just fell away, didn't they? He was a real brilliant entertainer in the old-fashioned sense, I guess.
Yeah, well, he was a television entertainer. And maybe £500,000 they'd spend on one of his TV specials. That was 30 years ago. And what Mike was just so really good at is, and there was a clue what you said, who was the real Mike Yarwood? He used to do the end of his TV show where he'd sing in different voices, and then he'd close by saying, "And this is me." And he'd sing in his own voice. It was all out of tune and horrible. It's like the ventriloquist doll. The man who works him hates it. You know, they don't get on. And Mike Yarwood, I'm sure he'd rather be all those other people than he was himself. I'm not sure how comfortable he was in himself. But he was a fabulous bloke. And do you know what, Anne? He was always kind to me when I was a young comic. He was always kind and helpful and encouraging. Fantastic, man. I'm quite sad today.
See, I'll tell you what, I always think that's the big key to people. When you meet a true great, because they're not horrible to the up-and-comers. They're not trying to keep them down, but they're encouraging them to come up.
Yeah, that's it. And he was just like that. He'd come and see me doing my TV show, and he'd come and see me live. And I said, when you're working live, oh, he used to do an impression of Philip Jones. Now, no one knew Philip Jones unless you worked for Thames Television. He was the head of Light Entertainment, and he used to phone other stars up and cancel them. Hello, Jim, it's Philip Jones here. I'm afraid we're going to cancel. Oh, hang on, I'll call you back. And that was it. And in the end, you knew it was Yarwood.
Yeah, that's real power, isn't it? That's being able to impersonate others so well.
I tell you what, I just saw, as we were showing pictures of him there, one of the pictures was with Larry Grayson, and it just reminded me of the old, you know, the big Saturday night stuff. Because obviously, I'm of the generation where Larry Grayson and then you doing Generation Game. I mean, I know it's a bygone era now, but do you miss all of that? Because stuff like that was fantastic telly.
I loved the Generation Game. I really, really did. You know, I took over for Bruce. That's me doing an impression of Mike Yarwood. I took over from Bruce and changed it around a bit, and I did it for 7 years. And then got the elbow from the BBC when someone realised I voted Conservative. And they paid me this, £1 million to go away. The BBC gave me £1 million to not do the last series of the Generation Game and Big Break. And now, of course, my favourite was, oh my God, it's gone out of my mind. But now the BBC, they talk about everyone else doing it. Larry Grayson, he was my favourite. He did it for 4 years. I did it for 7 years. But the BBC have erased me from it for all this cancel culture that even goes back to the Generation Game. And Paul O'Grady called me and said, they want me to do a pilot for the Generation Game. What do you think? I said, well, be prepared to be on. That's me doing Mike Yarwood again. Be prepared to be on that set for hours and hours and hours, because quite frankly, the BBC have not got a clue how to make TV programs. And he phoned me back, you're right, I'm not doing it. No, I'm not doing that. That's it. Forget it. Told them to stuff it.
That might have been the best decision he ever made. But if they pay you £1 million to go away, is that the yacht that you're sitting on right now?
No, this is a much better one. The £1 million went on a smaller boat and a bigger wife. So life has a way of reliving itself. Do you know what? If your husband doesn't like cheese, I might start giving some of my ex-wives cheese for there might be a tip there. That's it. Give them something they don't like.
Yeah, there you go. It could be just what you need. Jim, look, for me, I have to say, real pleasure to talk to you, because I've watched you all these years. So it's a real pleasure. Really appreciate it.
And I love you as ever.
All the time on here.
I love you as ever, and you're looking good.
Yeah. Hey, there you go.
Horrible.
Horrible? What are you about? You'll never come back
on. Au revoir.
You,
it's lovely to see you. Oh, lovely to join somebody on their yacht there.
Isn't it?
Well, Cowes and the Isle of Wight with the sunshine and the blue sky in the background.
Gorgeous.
Wow.
But if you want gorgeous, Stephanie Tetchy.
I haven't got biceps like Jim, though.
You don't want biceps like Jim.
No. He just won his boat. In terms of other showbiz stuff going on today...
The Strictly lineup.
Oh, the
what's going on?
Strictly mole. BBC bosses are not happy at the moment because Strictly Come Dancing, it tends to be pre-recorded until later on in the series. So they've already pre-recorded the first show with the contestants who've been lined up with their partners. But since last year, there's been a mole who's been leaking out ahead of the show going on TV, who's been partnered up with who's been eliminated from the show.
So they know there's a mole in the studio somewhere.
Yeah, so there's been a mole since last October. So now, you know, you're going to see people like Angela Rippon, who's going to be in this season. The mole has already leaked out which celebrity contestants are going to be paired up with who. So BBC bosses are not happy at the moment because they let audiences come and watch the show, so they're picked by a ballot, but also there's other, you know, the people who are taking part in the show, they bring their friends and family members. But it spoils the fun for people who love watching Strictly and who want to watch the show.
Do they think it's one particular mole, or is it just that if you have people in an audience, and nowadays everybody's got their, you know, social media and their mobile phones, it's inevitable that
I
things
think
are going to leak?
it's going to be a worst-kept secret. You know, if you haven't, even though they do take phones from people when they go to Elstree Studios, I'm sure there's people who are going to tell their friends and family, and it's easy to get out there. And there's a Strictly super fan, a man called Dave Thorpe, who's actually set up a website where he leaks all the information on there as well. So at the moment, BBC bosses are thinking of a way they can prevent this from happening. No.
But who's Angela paired up with?
I don't know yet. I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to know. I'm such a big Strictly fan.
Pull that picture back up, because Angela's on the bottom left corner, and I have to say,
amazing.
she looks fabulous. And in one of the papers, she's the hot favourite.
She is the hot favourite. She's the oldest contestant to ever take part in Strictly Come. She's 76, or she's 75.
No,
she's 75. She's going to be 76.
No, she's not. She's 78.
Oh, 78. Oh, gosh, she looks good.
She looks amazing. I don't know if we can see that picture again.
She's 78. She told me she was going to retire at 80.
Oh, gosh, I don't think she should retire. I think she should just keep on going.
I think she's going to... I think she's going to be...
I think she's going to go far. And judging by that picture...
She's always been a good dancer.
There she is.
Yeah, she looks in good shape.
And
she's going for
show
gold.
off their glitter and whatever if they want. But that is a true pro.
I have a feeling...
She's an absolute professional.
I have a feeling they're going to put her with a nice, young, hunky partner like Giovanni.
Well, good for her.
I know. I
love every minute
want some of the
Well,
action.
they asked her about, you know, what about the curse of Strictly, you know, having an affair, and she said, "Excuse me, I'm a pensioner."
Yeah. Well, you never know. She could find a toy boy in the show if that's what she wants. But she's the ultimate professional. But Strictly comes back next week, Saturday.
Right.
But if our viewers do want to find stuff, there is stuff online that has been leaked.
Can you just... What's going on with...
Sylvester Stallone
and Pope Francis.
Yeah, so Sylvester Stallone...
You have combinations that you can dream up. This is not one you'd imagine.
Hollywood and the Vatican, you don't really see them mixing quite often, unless it's serious business.
So what happened?
Sylvester Stallone, he's in Italy, so he's made the trip to go there with his family, and he's gone to see the Pope. And he'd done a bit of shadow boxing with him, because Pope Francis says that he was a big fan of the Rocky series.
Really?
So he was. Yeah, he says he grew up on there. So I think it was a moment for both of them. The Pope was happy to meet Sylvester. Sylvester was happy to meet the Pope, and they'd done a bit of shadow boxing.
Wow.
Interesting.
Well, I tell you what, Sly's looking... I mean, I know he's had work.
He's had a lot of work.
He has a lot of work. But he still looks...
He looks good, and he still looks in good shape. It's almost to be expected with most of these Hollywood stars. As they get older, they do a bit of work. But he's quite lucky to meet the Pope.
I tell you what, the Pope looked good as well, because he was recently in a wheelchair, but he was up for, you know, standing up and greeting.
He's having a laugh.
Yeah, so it's good to see him back on his feet.
Yeah.
It reminds me of when the Beatles met. Must have been
John Paul.
And John Paul was knocked out to meet the Beatles. Most people are completely confounded and knocked out to meet the Pope. And the Pope was knocked out to meet the Beatles.
I wonder why the Pope wants to do it. Is it just... I mean, it helps him look more connectable.
I guess so, because you never think these... I think the problem is when you think of these popes and these revered figures, you don't really think of them as having a personality where they're fans of people. So I think it gives them most of this human appeal where you can connect with them.
I can imagine if one of the underlings, a bishop or somebody, archbishop or something, says to you, we've had a letter from Sylvester Stallone. He's coming to visit the Vatican. He'd love to meet you.
Why not?
You can imagine him saying, yes, I'd love to.
And, you know, it was actually the Vatican News who posted up the video as well. So it wasn't Sylvester, it was the Vatican who posted up the video. So clearly they like a bit of showbiz.
There's always somebody, no matter how famous people can get, there's always somebody they are completely knocked out to meet.
Everyone has an idol. Who would you say is your showbiz idol?
Ooh. Well, I mean, it comes back down to your McCartney. Because I've been in love with Paul McCartney since I was about 6.
We need to get him on the show. We need to get him on the show for you.
I've met him many, many times, but I've never told him I love him. But I think he knows that. He must be so bored with people saying that.
Well,
but it would have to. Who would be yours?
Yeah, who would be yours?
Oh, you asking me?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, you can't say. There must be.
I don't know. Someone who I think would actually be very difficult to meet and probably awkward and argumentative, but who I would just like to say I've met is Tom Baker.
Oh, he is as awkward as what's it?
Yeah, I did.
I can't tell you.
I did walk past him in a corridor once, but he was being whisked off to another studio, so I didn't. He was just like, oof. And I have got a signed picture of him at home, signed to me, someone else organised. But Tom Baker, Doctor Who legend, I would just like to have a picture with him.
Well, if you were to ask me and my old mate Nick Owen, who was our most awkward guest over the years and years was
Tom Baker.
What about you, Stephanie?
I think I do love Beyonce, of course, but I think I would like to meet Oprah Winfrey. Oprah Winfrey, I've just always liked her interview style, and I've always wanted to be like, I want to be like Oprah one day. So I would like to meet her.
Yes,
she's
I can
my
understand
favourite.
that. I would like to meet Oprah.
She's like my journo goals in that sense.
Yeah.
No, good on you.
And it's worth meeting her as well, because she'll probably give you a car and a house.
Oh, that would be nice.
Might do.
I need to be best friends with Oprah.
You do, you do.
She gives the most fantastic gifts, apparently.
No, I don't think I'd get that from Tom Baker.
No, you wouldn't. No, you
Well, at least you get your picture.
As long as I got a smile, just a smile, it's one of those famous smiles.
They always say beware, don't they?
Yeah, no, seriously, that's what I hate about being a showbiz journalist, because when you do meet celebrities, I almost regret meeting them afterwards. They're not as shiny in real life.
But knowing that he is a bit, well, not media
But he may have
friendly.
mellowed. He may have mellowed. A lot of them do. Don't they?
Yeah, and they're under a lot of pressure.
But I just admire.
Does he do Doctor Who conventions, or is he too...
I don't think he does conventions and things now.
Too proud for that?
I don't think proud. He's just too can't be bothered with it all. But there is one. Oh no, I haven't got time to go into details.
Go on.
No, years ago he said, I saw him giving an interview, and he said because when they showed, you couldn't before VCRs and all that sort of thing, and he wanted to watch a particular episode, and he was driving somewhere, so he saw a house with kids' bikes outside, knocked on the door, and said, "Are you watching Doctor Who? Can I come in and just see what that episode?"
Oh, I see.
And the kids were watching it. And at some point they turned round.
Oh my God!
And
there was the Doctor behind them, and he sort of went, "Hello." Can you imagine being those kids?
That must have been a moment for life for them.
Yeah.
I mean, that'd just be
That would blow your mind. Yes, it would.
Anyway, we need to go.
Since most kids watch Doctor Who from behind the sofa anyway.
Oh, there you go, you see. Stephanie, thank you very much indeed. We're going to take a short break, but we're back actually not with the Doctor, but with the scientist.
Talking
very shortly.
space.
The Live Desk with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Pip Thompson. It's here Monday to Friday on GB News.
From midday, we'll bring you the news as it breaks, whenever it's happening and wherever it's happening, from across the UK and around the world.
Refreshing, feisty, but with a bit of fun too.
If it matters to you, we'll have it covered on TV, radio and online.
Join the Live Desk on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Weeknights on GB News from 6 p.m. You'll always get drama.
Please stop, Michelle.
I know, yeah.
Please stop.
Should I just shut up?
Romance.
You like me, I like you. There you go.
There you are. Well, don't tell anybody.
Adventure.
Etc.
That's the whole point. But
and action.
Sergeant, the big read, my superstar panel, they're already at it. They're fighting. It's going to be quite a show.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
So Jubes & Co, we tackle the issues of the day with real robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views. And often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton, for 2 hours packed full of unfiltered opinions, unique takes, and fiery debates. I guarantee you blockbuster guests and exclusive reporting with no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I think there is a culture of collusion, quite frankly.
And no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio, and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In a world of dull and predictable radio and TV shows.
Oh, hi. On Mark Dolan tonight, we've got big guests. We drill into the big stories of the day. The show adds up to a brilliant listening and viewing experience. Mark Dolan tonight is the most entertaining current affairs show ever, and that's a fact. That's Mark Dolan tonight, Friday, Saturday and Sunday from 9. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Like all families, we have arguments every now and then, but actually we agree on what the mission of GB News is, and that's the most fundamentally important thing.
GB News provides the kind of platform that lets all voices be heard. We don't hold back. We're free to say what we really think.
Just because some people who live in a tiny little Westminster bubble think that their particular story is important, that's not the most important story for me.
And often they will be difficult stories, stories that you won't find on the establishment media.
Because what people think in the north of England may be very different to what they're thinking in the home counties.
We're going to carry on telling the world what life is really like for households up and down the UK.
We love to be in your car, in your kitchen as you're having your breakfast. Whatever you're doing, you are part of the show. If it matters to you, it matters to us.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Well, we're in our element this morning
Yeah.
because, let's be honest, we're surrounded by actual, real meteorites. Real ones that have been in space for billions of years. Billions of years. Can't even get your head around it. Anyway, who would bring these sort of things into the studio but everyone's favourite spaceman, space and planetary scientist Andy Lound, who's here. It's really good to see you.
Yeah.
Thank you for these. I just find this one in particular...
That's magnetic.
That weighs a ton.
Yes, it's nickel iron. That's actually from Meteor Crater in Arizona. Everybody knows Big Meteor Crater, Arizona. That's
keep
a piece
holding
of it
it.
from
Yeah.
it.
If you keep holding
and
it.
one of the keys to
You
meteorites...
see, this is a little bit of metal, and
That's right.
it's metallic.
Yeah, meteorites are always magnetic.
Always?
Are they always?
Because you've got the stony one there on the right, that big stony
one?
one, and you'll actually see it's faintly magnetic.
Oh, it is, just faintly, yeah.
And that's a stony iron is the other one. And they're the 3 general categories. Iron, stony iron and stony are the general ones. There are some mixy ones, and they're the things that sort of fall. And, of course, we've had a big meteor fireball over Turkey in the last few days, and, of course, they're looking for some material like that. And, of course, the one they've picked up now, Anne, is part of the piece that flew across Russia and blew all the windows out. That's a small piece of it. There was a lot of it, and that's a small piece of it, of course, which shows you what can happen when some just enter the atmosphere, and that was a shock wave.
Wow, yes,
it came in.
Incredible.
You see, I'll tell you what fascinates me about this, Andy, because there's so much about space is so complicated and can maybe put some people off because it's so hard to. But these are the doorways, aren't they, into people getting excited about space when you think that this particular lump of metal actually originated somewhere other than Earth.
That's right.
And what I always find amazing is that amongst Tutankhamun's treasures was a knife handle, a beautiful knife, with a handle, and when they looked at it, it wasn't from Earth. It was a meteorite.
Yes.
And the ancient Egyptians must have known that that was very special.
They did. It's interesting because the ancient Egyptians actually talked about material falling from the gods. And what they were talking about was meteorites.
Yes.
So they obviously had seen a fall and we're familiar with it. And that's quite interesting in history, because it wasn't actually till really the 18th century, maybe pushing into the 19th century, that Western science accepted stones falling from the sky.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. They wouldn't accept it from many periods of time. They thought meteors were, in fact, electric emanations in the upper atmosphere.
Oh.
So it actually took them a while to realise that there were actually stones falling from the sky. Although Robert Hooke actually did suggest this himself, but couldn't understand where they came from, because the discovery of the asteroids and things like that, we actually realised where they actually came from.
Oh, that's wonderful.
What are the big things that are going on at the minute? Because obviously we know there's a lot of stuff happening on the moon at the moment. I mean, it's been sort of the biggest focus on the moon for a long, long time.
It has. A couple of things happen. Of course, we've got the Indian spacecraft, which landed successfully on the moon, is now going into hibernation. It's designed to last 14 Earth days, which is 1 lunar day.
Right.
Because it's got solar panels on it to
Is this the model of it?
That's actually a model of the Chinese one that's on the far side of the moon. But
So we've got 2 on the moon at the moment?
Yes.
At least 2.
But they're much of a muchness, to be quite honest, in general design, with a rover.
If we can take the strap out, you'll be able to see it's the golden one there. That's what's...
Yeah.
That's the Chinese one.
Yeah. The Indian one is very similar and has a little rover which comes out at the end. Now, they're saying now it's going into hibernation because they've fully charged up the batteries, and they're going to see if it survives 14 days in the coldness where there's no sun on that part of the area. Temperatures dropping down to about minus 250 degrees centigrade.
So that's...
And they're going to see if it does wake up. Bearing in mind the Chinese one on the far side of the moon was designed to last for a short period of time. 4 years later, it's still working.
Wow.
Good piece of tech. And, of course, they've also announced, because the Chinese are publishing in the scientific publications, what they found is the little rover there, the Chinese one, has done some studies underground by sending radio signals and getting the bounce back down to 300 metres under the lunar surface, and found the different layers of volcanic lava flows. And we thought that the last volcanic lava flow was about 1 billion years ago. They're actually suggesting about 300 million years ago there was a lava flow.
Because there is all this talk now about, I think it was from the Indian one, this talk of sulphur actually on the surface.
Yes, the Apollo astronauts found sulphur in the areas. The areas where the Apollo astronauts landed is the mare, the seas, which they're not. They're actually lava plains, so you'd expect to find sulphur in that. But what's exciting is down to the South Polar region, they've actually found some sulphur there as well as titanium and iron in the soil. And that's actually quite an important discovery because, again, sulphur is something that you can actually use, which is quite an important material.
So if you're thinking of treating the moon as a jumping-off place for further space exploration, the moon becomes more and more interesting and more useful.
It does.
But what about water?
Water hasn't detected water yet, as far as we know, but they'll be doing some more research on that. The orbiter, which is there, is actually studying. The orbiter's already picked up. Water in deep craters, and water ice is the critical thing to actually find. Water, apart from the obvious things of drinking it, hydrogen and oxygen, split it up, and you've got fuel. Join them back together at the end, you create water, heat and electricity in hydrogen fuel cells. So that is ideal. You've got to find...
Now, that's interesting from making, fuel cells, as you say. Could it possibly be interesting underground, if you've got all of those things together, that there may be the possibility of life?
I think it's very difficult to suggest that on the moon, to be quite honest, because the moon lacks a lot of things that something like Mars and the moon Europa and the moon Enceladus have. And that is a strong internal activity taking place. We don't think the moon has a lot of external activity going on, to be quite honest. There's no real heat generated inside. There's no dynamic forces which would need to have carbon chemistry taking place. So I think it's highly unlikely.
What's the big rocket?
The big rocket is the SpaceX one, where they're going to go to the moon. And a report just came out this week, because, as you know, they test-launched it in April, where it exploded.
Yes.
And there were 63 sort of suggestions of what they need to put right from the inquiry. The FAA in America have concluded their work with SpaceX. SpaceX have put most of these into place already. They've done several thousand design changes to the rocket, including changes to the launch pad itself, because when they fired its rocket, it smashed the launch pad, threw bits of concrete all over the place, and now they're changing that. They're also changing the way the staging separates, which is interesting.
3 stages, is it?
2 stages, it's just that the model has to have it because it's just too long. And when it separates at the top here, it usually comes away and then fires its engines. Now they're going to do a hard launch away.
Right. Well, look, we're out of time, but Andy, as always, real pleasure. Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to leave it there. Let's get the check on the weather for you.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. The hot spell continues today, but there is an increasing chance of seeing more thunderstorms. We will eventually see things cooling down. In fact, a cooler day today across the far northwest, but elsewhere it's already pretty warm, and that warmth and humidity is likely to spark a few thunderstorms from the middle of the afternoon onwards across parts of the Midlands, Wales, Northern England and maybe East Anglia too. Very hit and miss, but where they do occur they could cause some disruption, dropping a lot of rain in a short space of time. The vast majority, though, won't see those downpours and just have a hot and humid day. 32, 33 in the London area. Cooler around some coasts where it will be a little misty, and certainly cooler in northwest Scotland where it will be quite cloudy with some patchy rain. Still a potential for some of those thunderstorms to rumble on into this evening, and overnight we may just see some more of them drifting up over the channel. But again, for most overnight it's just another very warm one, a humid night and another difficult night for sleeping. Sunday sees generally a bit more cloud and an increasing chance of seeing some of these thunderstorms. Parts of northern England, maybe southern Scotland, again the Midlands and Wales later in the day. The northwest of Scotland will stay pretty drab with outbreaks of rain and drizzle, and again some coasts will be a little bit misty and murky, so the coast will be a little cooler perhaps, but inlands once more temperatures well above average, and in the southeast above 30 Celsius again.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
People in Britain, they love free speech, but they also love fair play.
I don't care if I'm speaking somebody from a trade union, from the Labour Party, somebody from the SNP. And I think the viewers like to see that actually we can challenge one another, but in a positive way.
We think we ask the questions that people want to ask, and often we ask the questions that we wanted to ask in Parliament but never got the chance to ask.
So join us every Saturday, 10 a.m. till noon on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Dan Wootton. You can watch me live on GB News Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. And did you know that you can also watch and listen live on our website, gbnews.com. You'll always be up to date on the latest breaking news, as well as enjoying the best stories, opinions and shows. You can even join the debate under our live player as you're watching. So head straight to gbnews.com on TV, radio and online. GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, Nana, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you